Rosinya uli di sombran selten mak et zu ita saluda antes di hum niga Radzauds and malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fani bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentami ti man ko badi
got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
To you, said he's done start something new, and it's breaking my heart. You leaving, baby, I'm grieving. And if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice things out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad everywhere. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. It's hard to get by, just a bonus, my girl. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild ride. I always remember you like a child girl. No one seen a lot of what the world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two. Cause I never wanna see you sad, girl. Don't be in bad, girl. If you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you find a lot of nice things out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad everywhere. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. It's hard to get by, and just a bonus, my girl. Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild run. I always remember you like a child girl.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Guam! Hey, it's The Link on the Breeze 93.9. As always, a great big show. Wow, this is just crazy, guys. The Governor Lulian Guerrero, of course, the news coming out late last night that our governor has tested positive for the coronavirus. Yeah, so that's kind of what everyone is talking about this morning. That's what we were talking about, Sabrina.
Yeah, it was. And then that announcement was made last night. And then maybe a couple hours later, I checked on Instagram. Her son, who is the president and CEO of the Bank of Guam, confirmed that he was one of the 3 employees over at the bank that tested positive.
Right, and these are, I mean, we kind of knew about these things a few days ago, but again, you know, trying to get the information verified and vetted. Obviously, we always want to make sure that we get the accurate stuff out there. So this is something that we were talking about for a few days that I think people knew about because Guam is small. And you're just gonna hear about things before they get in the news, and so that confirmation coming down. What does it mean with the COVID-19 response? What does it mean with the spread of the virus? I think it's very alarming. We had, one of our buddies, Ken Nicholas, the digital stream team, tweeted last night something like he knows 12 different people who have tested positive for COVID-19, and they're all in different circles. Mm-hmm. And so that's what we're seeing. I mean, it started late last week where you had crust and you had just this downpour of really businesses announcing that they had had either staff test positive for COVID-19, and we had the Bank of Guam announcement. So all this is just kind of snowballing. And then come to find out that one of the doctors on the governor's physicians advisory group has also tested positive for COVID-19. And, we're praying for Dr. Michael Alma, One Love Pediatrics. He's been on the show a couple times. Mm-hmm. I was scrolling my Facebook feed, and I was like, what? I saw his picture, and he put something like he had tested negative, and then he had tested positive for COVID-19. And we reached out to him. He's going to come on the show. We try to get him on today, but he'll definitely be on tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And also, I spoke with Dr. Felix Cabrera because I had heard rumors that he was sick too, and he had told me that he's tested negative. Mm-hmm. So,
and then yesterday during budget session, the committee chair, Joe San Augustine,
Right.
announced, because BBMR wasn't there.
Right.
And he said that it was shut down because of a contact to somebody who was positive for COVID. And so they went into recess for several hours. And,
Right.
Lester Carlson did come on via Zoom. But,
So he
that was
he
like,
figured out
wait
the
a minute,
Zoom.
what just happened? Yeah. Well, it was a picture of him.
Oh. Right. Yeah. So I didn't know. I mean, I was just on that side when they, opened session and nobody was there from the administration. I just really,
Yeah.
I wanted to flip my chair because it's
Yeah.
just crazy. I mean,
And I
what-
was joking in the back, right? I was like, okay, watch, recess, 10 minutes.
yeah.
And
then
sure
was
enough, it was like
boom.
recess, but I didn't think it was going to be for like 3 hours or however long it was.
Right. And it was funny because, Senator Joe San Augustine, the budget chair, has the unfortunate position of being the kind of the yes man for the administration, in that he's got to be the guy who said, hey, this is what they told me. This is the deal. And so when he kind of tried to just casually pass off that nobody from the Bureau of Budget Management Research was going to be present at the budget hearing, I mean, it was almost open revolt. You just saw it down the line. You had Senator Therese and say, hey, what the hell? Then you had, I mean, God. they
James
were-
Moylan wanted, we want the governor down here.
Yeah.
Everybody was like calling out the people they wanted, right?
Right. Which is kind of, it's basic when you discuss the budget. You got to have the budget people there.
Did you hear Joe San Augustine? He was like, hey, we can't have everybody come down here.
Right. Yeah. I mean, well, we got to have somebody. We can't have everybody, but Jesus Christ, we got to have somebody. Yeah. And so I just didn't get that. It just didn't sit well. And then when they dropped the COVID thing, I was like, oh, is that an excuse? So right away I called some people in.
Yeah, I messaged Crystal Paco San Augustine. I was like, hey, is what's going on with BBMR? And she
'Cause we
hadn't
didn't get
heard.
an announcement. Yeah,
she
there was
hadn't
no
heard.
announcement. And so we don't even know. I don't even know, Bree, if we ever got to the bottom of Senator Joe San Augustine saying that. I believe he said there was a positive case.
Over at BBMR?
That's I want to go back and I think that's what he said. And so, but that didn't really fly with anybody because right away they were like, "Oh, we have Zoom." I mean, it's 2020.
Right.
We know about the Zoom. So not showing up.
Yeah, and even
Not
the
an
governor
excuse.
in her release last night about confirming her positive case, she said that she was going to be monitoring budget discussions from home. So still working.
Jason.
Oh yeah, good morning guys. Good morning everybody out there. I just wanted to add one thing that we also saw from the online community, and that is so much emotion and so much positive sentiment was actually coming out of this because breaking news, the governor of Guam has tested positive for like COVID-19, right? In other markets, this might be a chance for for the snipers or the people to get all snarky and everything like that and say I told you so and everything like that. We had over like 180 comments on our Facebook post and everything like that. I was scrolling for like at least 2 minutes. Everybody was saying, "Oh, praying for you, Gov."
Right, right.
Some people have not agreed with the governor.
Yeah.
During the pandemic, other people have said, like, I did vote for you. I believed in you and everything like that. Maybe some of the decisions you've made in this thing, I'm not necessarily on board with. But hey, this is happening. This is real, and my family and I, we're standing by you,
Right,
and
yeah.
we have your person. If you need anything, I mean, these are just typical Guamanians. When something happens to somebody in your community, you don't leave them hanging. You don't leave them behind. Somebody tested positive, and people are rallying behind them. They're offering their prayers and they're offering their help, and that is the core of who we are. I mean, that was
Right.
beautiful to see.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
not just for the governor, but for everybody.
I kind of was scrolling too, and I was waiting for that Edzegi Natmu comment, and it wasn't there. And you're right; people are saying, "Pray for the governor." I want to say, why start now? I've always prayed for the governor. Every night I pray for, and I know
Pray for everybody.
people are surprised because I don't always agree with the governor, but at the end of the day, I mean, they need all the help they can get, and that guy upstairs, he can help people in a lot of amazing ways. So I just kind of make it a habit to pray for these elected leaders because they got a crazy job and they're deciding things that affect us. So
Right. And I wanted to read this because, and it's actually going to be in the newscast, but
Okay.
since we're talking about it, Joaquin Cook, when he posted, this is governor's son,
Right.
he posted on his social media, Facebook and Instagram, this one thing that really caught my eye. He said, for those like me that have been infected, I hope that you too share your story. Every effort is needed to remind others to treat this pandemic seriously. Quote, it is on each of us to take personal responsibility for our own actions, remaining vigilant and safe in the process. Each one of us must do our best by simply wearing a mask, washing our hands, and keeping our distance. Even if protecting yourself is not enough, think about everyone else around you. Your children, your spouse, your parents, brothers and sisters, friends, and those you work with. And again, that was from the president and CEO of the Bank of Guam, King Cook.
And I got to tell you, that is an amazing thing to share. Very, very big of Kin. We know Kin. He's a friend of ours. He's been on the program so many times in the various formats we have here at KUAM. The three of us, we discussed in week 2 of this show when it was still called Containing COVID. I posed a question to the two of you. I said, knock on wood, but if any of us should test positive, would you guys actually go on the air and disclose that? And all three of us, we said we absolutely would. Because remember, way back there, the biggest criticism from, again, going to the online community was, okay, there are these positive cases. Who are they? What village are they in? Where are they? And of course, you can't disclose that legally because of HIPAA. But absolutely believe what Kin said. I mean, this is a way that you can help our community. And so big, Kin, we're praying for you, of course, bro. You and your family are in our thoughts and our prayers. And thank you for sharing that. That was an amazing message to pass on to our community.
Right. And hey, if anybody, Kin or Gov, I know you guys are listening. If you guys want to call in and maybe share with the people how you're doing, because we're praying for you guys. We care. We're concerned. What I saw was moderate symptoms, and then I'm of course very concerned with the governor being older. Right, that she might be more susceptible to some of these things. So definitely praying for the best, and gosh, just trying to make sense of this crazy surge. I mean, people are saying this is that second wave, and it's 6:28, and there's always a lot to unpack on the show. And let's start unpacking, shall we? We'll do a look at the news again. The show is proudly brought to you by Polka, distributed by Ambrose Inc. They've got the peach tea, the lemon tea, they've got a cappuccino, and it is everywhere. Distributed by Ambrose, IT&E Calvo Enterprises at 629. Let's go over to the KUAM newsroom where we have our link update with the very latest. Adriana Cotero, good morning.
Half a day. Good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Cotero with your headlines here on the link. Senators have begun debate on the fiscal year 2021 budget. Gov Guam is facing what many believe will be a deep plunge in revenues due to the COVID pandemic. And as Nestor Lecanto reports, the hearings did not get off to a very good start.
Shortly after the session opened this morning, senators went into a lengthy recess. When they emerged, Finance Chairman Joe San Agustin announced the Budget Bureau would be a no-show.
But we have been advised this morning that due to medical reasons, the contact tracing, BBMR, has basically been shut down. So we will not get any attendees from BBMR.
That's right. COVID exposure forced the Budget Bureau to close. That didn't sit too well with senators, though.
I share the same sentiments of having it virtually. It can be done. If we can do that, we don't necessarily have to have a video, but as long as we have audio and to hear our, any questions we have as we move forward.
Well, this is the executive budget that is being reviewed with our Office of Finance and Budget here. If the director's not available, then I kindly request that the governor come explain the budget for us, Mr. Chairman.
Could we also invite economists to talk about projections? Because my concern is that, with the revenue projections that we have, it may not be accurate considering the drop in revenues that we're seeing and the closure of businesses.
So the final list of invitees included Adelup Chief Financial Advisor Bertha Duenas, Department of Labor economist Gary Hiles, Revenue Tax Director Daphne Shimizu, Administration Director Ed Byrne, and by video chat, Budget Director Lester Carlson. Representatives from the Legislature's Office of Finance and Budget will make the main presentation. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
By the afternoon, members of the governor's fiscal team were available. According to their latest figures, Gov Guam went from a projected $45 million shortfall by year's end to a $29.5 million surplus budget. Director Lester Carlson says they brought in more in income taxes than expected. Senator Regine Bisco-Lee was among the senators who wanted to know how there was no apparent negative fiscal impact from the pandemic, despite a downturn in businesses. Budget Director Lester Carlson and Administration Director Ed Byrne explained that this was because they collected more in income tax than expected, bolstered by federal stimulus money that is recirculating in the economy. But Carlson adds that the nearly $30 million surplus will likely be reduced. That's because revenues from special funds such as the hotel occupancy tax and immigration fees are way down because of the decline in tourism. So agencies such as Customs that are funded by those revenues will have to be subsidized by the general fund. A total of 6 cases of COVID-19 were confirmed out of 714 test samples on Monday. Of the new cases, 1 tested positive at the Department of Public Health and Social Services and was identified through contact tracing. 1 case tested positive at Diagnostic Laboratory Services, and 4 cases tested positive at Guam Memorial Hospital Authority. These cases are all under investigation. To date, there have been a total of 418 confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 5 deaths, 325 released from isolation, 5 hospitalized, and 88 active cases. Of those cases, 369 are classified as civilians and 49 are military service members. That's the news for now. We'll see you here at 6 tonight on Prime.
Thanks, Adriana. Just before 10 o'clock last night, Adelup made the announcement that Governor Lulian Guerrero tested positive for COVID-19. In a news release, the governor said she was informed on August 5th that she had come in contact with a close relative who tested positive. She and First Gentleman Jeff Cook were tested at the time, and the results were negative. Even so, they were advised to practice precautionary measures for the next 14 days. In line with existing protocols, she wore a face mask, limited travel to essential functions only, and practiced social distancing. It was then on Saturday she began exhibiting some symptoms and was tested again yesterday afternoon. The results returned positive last night. The governor says she remains in good health despite exhibiting moderate symptoms. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Acting Chief of Staff John Jr. Calvo have also been tested, and they have tested negative. Together, the release states they are monitoring budget talks and will continue to lead the fiscal and COVID response teams from home. Meanwhile, on social media last night, the governor's son, Joaquin Cook, who is the president and CEO of the Bank of Guam, announced that he was one of the 3 employees of the bank that tested positive for COVID-19. Cook wrote that he shares his story to encourage others to remain vigilant in their daily activities to keep the virus at bay. He wrote that for those like me that have been infected, I hope that you too share your story. Every effort is needed to remind others to treat this pandemic seriously. Quote, it is on each of us to take personal responsibility for our own actions, remaining vigilant and safe in the process. Each one of us must do our part by simply wearing a mask, washing our hands, and keeping our distance. Even if protecting yourself is not enough, think about everyone else around you, your children, your spouse, your parents, brothers and sisters, friends, and those you work with. And with regional news now, we bring in our Tomas Manglotnya. Good morning, Tomas.
Bringing Chris late last night, the NMI Governor Ralph Torres writes in a statement, quote, Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios and our families, together with the entire Marianas, send our thoughts and prayers for Governor Lu and her family at this time. He continued on to write in the statement, as Governor Lu said, please use her experience and courage as a reminder to protect yourselves, your families, and our beautiful islands. Let us continue to be Mariana strong, end quote. And in other news in the NMI, the Commonwealth Healthcare Corporation announced yesterday that 1 more individual has been confirmed positive for COVID-19 on Saipan. This brings the CNMI's current case count to 49 since March. The governor's office writes that of the total 49 cases, 25 cases, more than half of the total, have been identified through port of entry screening, such as the airport. They add that of the 25 confirmed cases recently identified through travel screening, 20 cases originated from the U.S. mainland, 2 from a U.S. territory, and 3 from a foreign country. Meanwhile, the CNMI governor's office is hosting a press conference this morning at 8 a.m. to give a COVID-19 update. Bring Chris, that's the latest news in the CNMI.
Thanks, Tomas. President Trump is taking action on his own after talks with Congress over a new coronavirus relief package broke down. But many are questioning the legality of his actions and just how effective they will be. Skylar Henry has more details from the White House.
President Trump is likely to face legal challenges after he bypassed Congress and signed executive orders when talks over a new coronavirus relief package broke down. Republican Senator Ben Sasse called them unconstitutional slop.
I guess maybe they'll bring legal actions, maybe they won't, but they won't win.
The president is suspending the federal payroll tax for Americans making less than $100,000, but that money would still be due at the end of the year. The president also said he wanted to prevent evictions, but his order only directs federal agencies to see if halting evictions is necessary. And the president wants to give unemployed Americans an extra $400 a week. He'd pull $44 billion from FEMA to pay for some of it, while states would have to chip in a quarter of the money.
I could take that money from testing. I don't think that's a great idea. I could take that money from, mass and disinfecting for our schools. I don't think that's a great idea. In fact, I think the president's plan is not a great idea.
Democrats wanted to give state and local governments $1 trillion because their budgets have been decimated by the pandemic. But that remains a key sticking point by the White House.
They need to come back with a compromise on the state and local from their $1 trillion and the unemployment benefits, and if so, we'll respond.
Democrats say they want to resume talks for a new relief package.
Our Republican friends should come back to the table. We've agreed to meet them halfway. We go down $1 trillion, they go up $1 trillion, and we're close, and we could get the job done.
The president slammed Democrats for demanding money for states and said if they want to meet to make a deal, they have his phone number. Skyler Henry, CBS News, the White House.
The Guam Education Board is scheduled to hold a special meeting this afternoon, according to GEB Chairperson Maria Gutierrez. Superintendent John Fernandez is scheduled to present his plan for schools in terms of whether they will proceed as planned or whether they will be delayed. The first day for students to return to campus is August 17th. On Monday, Fernandez was scheduled to meet with Lieutenant Governor on school readiness. Today's special meeting is scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. Parents and students are encouraged to watch the live stream of this special meeting on the Department of Education's Facebook page. As his case heads back into trial, Mark Torrey Jr. has been released from house arrest and placed on a strict curfew. It was back in 2015 Torrey was arrested for the deadly shooting of fellow police officer Albert Piolo. In the second trial of the case, Torrey faces negligent homicide and aggravated assault charges. He has been on house arrest for the past 5 years. Last week, the court heard arguments from both parties. The government did not file an opposition to the motion. However, Assistant Attorney General Basil O'Malley verbally opposed on behalf of the Piolo family. According to the court order, Torres' curfew is from 4 o'clock until 9 o'clock in the morning. Jury selection begins this week in Judge Arthur Barcenas' courtroom. On Friday, officers from the Guam Police Department responded to a beyond control complaint, according to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau. Through the course of the investigation, officers learned that a 13-year-old girl was dropped off at her home by a male unknown to the family. Preliminary reports suggest that the female minor met 31-year-old Zachary Ryan Wood through social media. Investigators also learned that the female minor was sexually assaulted 3 times. DART investigators were able to locate Wood where he was transported to GPD headquarters in Tidzan. Wood was arrested for first and second degree criminal sexual conduct, jurisdiction over an adult, custodial interference, and unlawful restraint. He was booked and confined. And finally, later in the link, our Decision 2020 coverage picks back up. Joining us in our Zoom room are Democrats David Duenas and incumbent Senator Kelly Marsh-Titano and former Senator Republican Frank Bloss Jr. Our D2020 interview gets underway at around 9 o'clock this morning. And that is your news. Chris?
Thank you, Bree. It's 6:39. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with more of the link right here on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
McDonald's Big
A mask should not be a sign of weakness. A mask should not be a political statement. A mask should not be another way to divide us. A mask is a protective device, a barrier to protect you and those around you from a virus. A mask is just a mask. A mask saves.
Hello, my name is Onania Snivy, and I'm here to explain the importance of wearing a mask. Mask in Turkish, polypollen awat arepotuch. Mask asisilan kichingaw. Mask asisilan and notes mail up for house. Mask asap alan I move fasanigit. Mask, eu bisakin apet. Mask, eu titin apet ngonuk. Me John Aru, seni someone. Mask, eu jak mask. Mask, apetin manaw. Hello, my name is Onadia Snively, and I'm here to explain how important the mask is in Pohnpei. So, mask, eu kapwe magichagan perela ewa child o chuma child ka omni mask. So, mask, kaiten eu kaiden azocha kasaleta kilelen luwat. Mask, kaiden eu mask and sangachan kaon ko. Eu mask azocha kasaleta kikichan pasa. Eu mask men perela. Eu men pereyuk o memili mamkaw. Sang somaw me kak Camela-Aranas. Eu mask, eu men perela. Mask, men perela, te peren more. Please wear your mask every time you're out.
Girl, I wanna be with you. Girl, I wanna hold you tight.
From 6 feet away, social distance.
I'm actually surprised you haven't come up with a song.
I want to, but you shut me down. I was like, hey, Bree, I could do some songs. And you're like, no.
Yeah, because you're like, okay, you put out a whole album. I'm just talking about one, okay?
Oh, so I could do one. Because I wrote a bunch during the COVID.
I'm sure you did.
Yeah. Actually, I did. I wrote this one, man, but it was like at the peak.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote it to the tune of JD Crutch. It was like, I don't want to catch the COVID, but I want to get the federal. Anyway, so. Yeah, so
all right.
Of course, guys, I still write the stuff, man. I'm just scared to put it out because, malfunction in the fire of youth, right? In the moment, that's way different than Chris Barnett, who's seen things and is grizzled at 45 and jaded.
Jason can do like the guitar.
Yeah, he could, right? 6:45. Let's move along with the Zoom room. Let me run down who's coming on the show for you guys this morning. We've got Brent from the Division of Aquatic Wildlife and Resources. I know a lot of people are going out to the beaches because there's really, that's one of the things that they say, go outdoors. So there's a box jellyfish warning in effect. And there's also some other things I wanted to talk to him about. And then some good news for you guys. We have the winner of a presidential award for science teaching, and it's a public school teacher, Lali Tandil, who will come on. And we're getting Dr. Hoa from the Physicians Advisory Group. Obviously, that's going to be our money call this morning is, Dr. Hoa, we're hoping he can provide insight, not just into the current COVID-19 response, but into what we're seeing, a confirmed positive case on the governor's Physicians Advisory Group. And I'm thinking, a few days after our governor wrote the Centers for Disease Control, basically calling them out and saying, hey, this is not right, we're not a hot zone, so much has changed. Even at the time that letter was written, I didn't agree. I feel like we are a hot zone, but it's just been one thing after another after that letter. And so we definitely want to get Dr. Hoa on to talk about, and we're working hard. Public health's busy. They got a new PIO, I heard, over there. So maybe
special project.
Now that we have a $29 million surplus, I guess we could hire all the Janela Carreras we want, So, that's all coming up. And then we've got Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Okay, I take it back. That could be our money call here. As he has tested negative for COVID-19. But what's really interesting, guys, and we'll go in with Dr. Ho on this, is when you get tested for COVID-19, what is really key is how long you've had it. So what these doctors say is, Bree could be COVID positive, I could get it from her or whatever, and I could go get tested tomorrow, and I show up negative. I could get tested the day after tomorrow. I'll show up negative. Meanwhile, I'm going around, shaking hands, kissing babies. Third day, I pop positive.
Yeah.
And so that's why, God, I hate to say it, but testing negative might not even be enough. It hinges on the retesting. We'll go into with Dr. Ho on this.
No, I was just going to say that, like, if I were to test positive, right, and because we're always in such close contact, wouldn't you have to be, like, in quarantine for 14 days and just not go anywhere?
That's what I believe the protocol is.
Right.
Yeah, but we'll find out for sure because it's, rapidly evolving. That's what it is. It just evolved 2 times while we were talking.
Yeah.
6:47. So yeah, that's coming up, and also we'll talk tourism, man. Uncle Carl's pretty busy, so we got his deputy Jerry Perez. What does all of this mean for reopening the island to tourism? I know you guys have very strong feelings about this. I don't know how much we can market if the CDC is saying, "Hey, big hot zone over here." So. We want to go on with Jerry and find out how GVB has retooled their plans for tourism, because they were just like barreling down the highway full speed ahead. And I think what all of this is showing us, guys, is you can make all the plans you want, but if COVID-19 don't agree with those plans, there's nothing you guys can do. So we made all these plans to reopen. We, in a lot of ways, broke our arms patting ourselves on the back. And now look. So again, double down, stay home, social distance, wear the masks. I mean, even the people who are telling us to do these things are getting COVID-19. So we really got to, guys, it's on us. We really got to do our part.
Don't let your guard down.
Definitely, and don't let your mask down either. At 6:48, we'll go to the Zoom room where he's just inked another deal for a UFC fight. And Matt, good morning, Crank.
Good morning.
Yo, good morning, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you pretty good. I guess first of all,
Awesome.
I know you're key, you're informed, well informed. You watch the news. I want to get your reaction to this governor testing positive for COVID, Frank. Before we get into all your stuff with UFC and just the surge. What are you thinking? As you got a family. Pretty sure you're doing all the precautions you have to.
Dude, so I just tuned in this morning. Right when I woke up, I saw it and I was like, ooh. It's going all over WhatsApp. I just really hope, man, that the governor is, does well. And, bro, this thing is the enemy of COVID does not, it will attack anyone. You know what I mean? Just because you're the governor, or just because you're Chris Barnett, or just because you're Frank the Crank, man, this thing, as long as you got to take precautions and kind of limit your circle, and you got to do it. We got to do everything that we can to avoid it. It's just, I just hope that the governor and her team and everyone around her, they take care of themselves, and I hope it's not too detrimental to her,
Right. Yeah. And you've been kind of fortunate, Frank, in that you've got a career that continues to move forward even in the the midst of this pandemic. Do you kind of think about that sometimes? That hey, I'm blessed, man.
Oh, 100%. Like, I remember when I first left for my last UFC fight in June. Well, first off, the travel was crazy. The flight from here to Hawaii, I had a whole row of seats to myself, and then going to Hawaii, just seeing how each state is and how each state is like suffering from COVID. The Hawaii airport was like it was empty, it was like a ghost town. You get to California, it was all kind of weird, and then when I got out there, it was kind of like it was at the peak of all of these protests and riots, and it was just it was wild, So, thinking about that, we're very fortunate to be where we're at now. I mean, we have a lot of our issues that we're dealing with, but to answer your question, yes, very, very fortunate, and that my company and the UFC is taking all the precautions needed so that we can have events,
Tell us about how that all worked, when you got to, was it the fight was in Vegas, the last one?
Yes, my last fight was in Vegas.
How do they do that? When you go to the UFC headquarters or wherever you guys go to fight, they swab you, or I'm just kind of curious. How does this all work?
Yeah, I'll take you through it. So fight week, so it was wild. It was pretty wild. So fight week, you and your 3 cornermen. The UFC they got a whole hotel. You know, I think it was like a Residence Inn. So each fighter had their own training room. Each fighter had their own room. They had their own like big rooms with kitchens and everything.
Wow.
And they had an extra room with mats and training. So everyone was just kind of like separated, you know. And then every morning you had to go get swabbed. And when you, or every morning you had to get tested. And then when you tested negative, you would get a lanyard so that you could continue to go around the premises and you couldn't really leave, you know? So it was really weird. Like, it was almost like you were in jail, you know, a whole week of jail. Like, man, we were like, everyone was going like kind of crazy, you know, we're just like, you know, when we're getting ready for fights, we're all cutting weight and this and that. So it was definitely a very, very different environment, you know. Usually when you go into the UFC, you know, you're seeing everyone, you're seeing the media, you're seeing all your teammates, you're seeing all these guys that you watch on TV. You're like, hey, what's up, Frank? Da, 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 da. What's up? You're signing posters, you're doing media. But this time it was really, really different, and it was really eerie. It was so eerie.
So how does that affect your mindset, Crank, going into these fights? And I'm sure it doesn't only affect you. I mean, I'm just thinking every fighter is just going in there already carrying on their shoulders that we're in the middle of this pandemic, which it can get to you in ways that maybe some people don't even notice.
Yeah, I mean, so to say that it didn't affect me or it doesn't affect anyone else would be a lie. It was, you know, I'm thinking about my family. I'm just here. I'm so isolated in a room, you know, versus like in other fight weeks, I can think about other stuff to kind of get my mind off the fight. And I'm just, it's so funky, Chris. And then fight day is a whole nother thing. You know, usually I picture myself fighting in the UFC in front of thousands of 15,000 people, 20,000 people, whatever. And here you're walking out and you can hear your footsteps, you know? It's just like, you're like, whoa, it's so crazy. You hear guys yelling after wins and it's like, you're just yelling at yourself. It's like, whoa, dude, this is getting kind of funky, you know? Like, whoa. Yeah, so it's just real eerie, but I'm so glad that at least I got the first one out of the way, and I know what to expect, you know, because just a very different environment. But if there's anything, man, I'm really glad that the UFC is taking the precautions needed so that we can have fights, and I still have a job.
Yeah.
Right. So when is your next fight? Who are you fighting next?
So we're locking in a fight on September 12th. Dude, it's crazy. People are posting about it, and I'm like, whoa, you guys know when I'm fighting before I even know when I'm fighting.
Chamorro News Network, right?
No, Chamorro News Network. I'm like, holy cow, dude, everyone's resharing. Hey, Craig, I'm like, whoa, man, you know, like, how did you guys know? September 12th, UFC Vegas, against this guy named Brock Weaver. He's kind of he's a veteran, but he's a newcomer in the UFC. It's kind of cool because if you search him up, he rocks the Native American. He's Native American, and he really like you know, he's a proud Native American in the UFC, and so he comes out with I don't even know what you call it, the feathers and everything. So it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be Battle of the Natives.
Right. Yeah. And I heard you talking about that, Frank, and I heard you saying that you researched this guy's history and that he, and like you, is really pumping, you know, his people and where he's from. So that is going to be neat to see the headdress on one side and, you know, the big Sinai on the other.
Yeah, you know, and that's cool, you know, and usually, you know, he it's really nice because usually he's like a big, you know, smack talker as part of the game, right?
Yeah.
But it's nice to know that, you know, he can appreciate another cultured warrior, you know, and from what I'm reading. So
yeah, I think
it's awesome.
Frank, you know, you're right. Trash talking is a big part of the game, but I think a lot of times in following your career, you're just so cool that you kind of neutralize that with your opponents. I mean, I got to really think back. I mean, I'm way back to PXC the last time someone was really like, Frank, you know what I mean? Because you're just kind of classy and you don't really lend yourself to that type of thing. I mean, I'm not saying you don't get fired up, but I know that is this the last fight in your contract? And, you know, mentally going into that, I know that you want to put on the best show that you can, right?
Yeah, it's the last fight of my contract. You know, I'm not on a good standing. I'm coming off 2 losses. You know, 2 first-round losses. You know, so you know, I would be lying to tell you guys that and to tell everyone that, you know, like, oh no, I'm just gonna go in there and I'm gonna do my best. Like, yo, it's man, it's really the food on the table's on the line. You know, and whether the pressure's gonna get to me or whether the pressure's not, either way, I have to go out there and I got to perform and I got to do it. I got to do it right. I got to get the W, you know, like, everyone's saying, oh, fight of the night, Frank. But I'm like, I promise I don't like getting punched in the face, you know? So, yeah, you know, like a fight of the night means that it was a very good fight and I don't want to get punched in the face. So we're going to get the W, man, and just really, really fully focusing. And I already know how it is. I know the environment, you know, so I'm not going to freak out being all quiet and being all different. But yeah, we're going to do our best.
Right on. You're heading out to training camp, I believe, this week. Can you maybe just tell us a little bit about your training camp? And then we know you got to go. You got a bunch of boys running around. I'm pretty sure they're tearing the house down.
I know. Pretty soon they're going to,
start banging on the door. I know.
Door. Yeah. I should be, hey, yeah, you know how it is, right?
Yeah,
so I'm trying to leave this week. I'm just working stuff out, flights with the UFC. I'm going to be going out to California with Team Oyama. We got training partners already that are gonna that can emulate my opponent, you know, Brock Weaver. So we're just gonna we have about 5 weeks and just kind of get back on it, you know, and stay focused and focus on the game plan or whatever. But even at that, you know, from the last fight, I noticed that, you know, you can't really fully focus on the game plan. You have to kind of just be ready for everything because, you know, the last time my initial opponent got tested positive for COVID and we needed they found a last minute replacement in 2 days. So even at that, it's kind of scary. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you know, we wish you continued success. It's always nice to see how I remember you when you first were in PXC. I think I interviewed you. And just to see how you've grown. So congratulations and best of luck to you in September.
Yeah, Frank, I think it's really cool that, you know, you've grown over the years, but your head hasn't. I mean, you remain humble and grounded and
respect. Well, representing the islands well.
Yeah, definitely.
Man, thank you guys. And you know, I really owe that to the island. You know, I don't mean to make it sound cliche or whatever, but it's kind of maybe the tight knit community. They'll kind of, hey Frank, what's up? You know, so it kind of keeps you like, hey man, I'm just a regular local boy, just on this journey, just trying to do good things. So I appreciate you guys having me and for spreading the word. And man, I love you guys all. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Frank. All right, God bless you. Good luck. There you go, Frank the Crank. Wanted to get him on, man. It's just such a positive voice out there, and
such a great guy. Him, Sarah. I just love watching their posts and stuff they put on social media.
So good luck. And I think that was really a key how he had said that last fight with just all the COVID stuff. I mean, how does that not? You know, how does that not? And then to have your opponent test positive at the last minute and then to get a new guy to anyway. So I'm just glad that he knows what to expect.
Some kind of mentally, right? Oh my gosh, it doesn't.
I mean, dude, I'm struggling, guys. I mean, with this COVID, like I have periods where I'm just like staring off, and so it's affecting me. And I can't imagine, you know, how it affects people who got to go out there and do their job. But I'm just glad that he knows what to expect, and so that part of the equation he doesn't have to deal with, and he can really just focus on the training and getting the win. Like you said, hey, it's 7 a.m. We're KUAM FM. Agotni, Guam. Let's keep it in the Zoom room. And go over to Brent Tibbetts from the Department of Agriculture, Division of Aquatic Wildlife Resources. Good morning, Brent.
Good morning, Chris.
Thanks for joining us via Zoom. Where are you at? It looks nice.
This is home.
Nice.
Nice pictures in the background.
Did you say, is that Nemo?
Well, yes.
Is that Nemo?
Well, I don't have my glasses on, okay? So all I see is an orange fish. I don't know.
All Bree sees is orange. Yeah.
Can we get the
where are my glasses?
I could, but I don't want to bore you. That's a Agata. How about that?
There you go. That's Agata. All right.
I have my glasses on.
So Brent, you guys put out an advisory box, jellyfish. When are we anticipating that? We're going to pop up the pics. And could you just go ahead and just give us that advisory again and what people can expect, especially because so many are going to the beach?
Right. Well, box jellyfish show up around Guam on a relatively predictable schedule. It's based on moon phases, and the months of the summer, June, July, and August, are the busiest months, where there seem to be the most around, and it's when the highest likelihood of people getting stung. We had large numbers of them show up last month in July, and I heard of a couple of people being stung. One thing I like to emphasize is these are not deadly box jellyfish. It just can give a kind of a painful sting. But we expect them from the 11th, from today through Friday, the end of the week, especially in areas that have a shallow reef flat. So places like Tumon, PD, Pago Bay, Mariso are all places where they are fairly regularly seen, and those are places to kind of watch out for them.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask, and I know this is going to be stupid, but I've heard this that if you get stung by a jellyfish,
I think I know where this is going.
You should pee on it. Is that true, or is that just a myth?
Because my cousin got stung in the mouth one time, and let me tell you, my grandpa's remedy for it was I still can't unsee it.
Okay, I wish you didn't. Yeah. I didn't go there, but you.
I was stung across the face last year, and I was glad that my coworker knew that was not the proper treatment as well. I'll tell you.
Oh my goodness! So it's not true, because I tried windsurfing, and it's called windsurfing, right? And it was a bunch of people, and they were like, there was jellyfish in the water, and I had trained for it, did a couple of hours trying to figure out how to do this thing. So when we went out there and I saw the jellyfish, and I was like, oh man, I don't know. But there were all these other windsurfers, and they're like, it's okay. You could do it. We'll just pee on it. Pee on you if you get stung. And I'm like, ain't nobody peeing on me. But I still went.
Yeah.
So it's not
true. A little
true?
too R. Kelly for me.
It's not true?
Yeah. That is not true. It doesn't have any effect at all, except to humiliate you, probably.
I'm sorry, Bree.
The best treatment, the best thing to do, the first thing to do is actually, if you get stung, sometimes parts of tentacles break off and stick to you. Uh-huh. You want to remove any remaining tentacles. Use, a stick or something hard to scrape off tentacles that might still be stuck on you, and then flush it with salt water. And then vinegar. Apply vinegar is the best treatment for that. And then maybe some heat. Put some hot water on it or something warm. That can make it feel better. The vinegar will disable the stinging cells and stop it from continuing to sting you.
Right.
Yeah, but if you're at the beach.
You're right, Bree, but I had this happen in my family. We were at the beach. Someone got stung. We didn't have vinegar, but we had Finnet Denny.
Well, probably that would be a good thing to apply in a pinch like that. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
But I think if you're swimming at one of the public beaches with lifeguards, they have vinegar on hand, and they will use vinegar to treat any stings.
Nice.
Put in your generally also some heat, and then probably for the case your favorite painkiller, if you take aspirin or Tylenol or something
Cannabis,
like that.
maybe.
Maybe a little bit of pain, but generally, when I was stung last year, I was stung by a man of war, but similar conditions. Within about a half hour or so, the pain generally subsides.
Right.
There are people who have sensitivities to this, though. If you are someone with sensitivities to this, and the pain gets severe, or you have difficulty breathing, or gets very red and swollen, absolutely seek medical care right away.
Mm-hmm.
How big are these things, Brent? Because I know you sent us the picture, but I didn't have any reference point. Are they like?
Okay, the box jellies we're expecting this week, we have at least two species on Guam, a larger one and a smaller one. The larger one is the one expected this week, and the bell, kind of the clear part of it, it can be up to about 3 or 4 inches tall.
So it's a little guy.
Well, that's the big one, but the tentacles can reach out for about 6 feet or so.
Wow, that's pretty.
Yeah, you don't have to be especially close to it.
That's
to get stung by it.
Social distancing. There's no way. I wanted to ask about, and I see it on Instagram all the time. People are posting videos, and I think it's in Tumon, inside the reef. It's the little sharks.
Yeah, the blacktip shark. Yeah.
Yes.
Are we just seeing an increase?
God, it's like, don't go in the water. We got sharks. We got box jellyfish. We got the pretend eel.
Yeah, what kind of sharks are they? They're blacktip? You said blacktip?
Yeah, blacktip sharks actually show up in Tumon all the time. I could go out snorkeling any day and show you blacktips there. The babies, when they're born, they come into shallow water because their larger relatives will eat them. and so they stay shallow where they're relatively safe. As they get bigger, they'll start to head out to deeper and deeper water. But there may be a few more up close to shore than normal, but it's common to see small blacktip sharks along the shoreline in Tumon. It has been for years.
Right, and
so you don't have to be worried about them. They're not gonna.
Not at all. No. A week ago, we had a big algae cleanup in Tumon, and we had a small blacktip swimming between our legs the whole day. Never was threatening at all. Just was kind of curious to see what we were doing.
Man, yeah, because I went to Shark's Hole last week, solo run, and when I was hiking back, I actually saw a fin. While I was on the shore, and I saw a fin, the blacktip fin, going. And then I was at Petey the other day, snorkeling, and I dove down when I kind of come up. I saw another blacktip. This one was this was a solid guy. He's eating good in Petey. So, yeah, I don't know if it's just the time of year of the activity or I'm just more in tune to it or I've just been going in the water more. So
it's kind of the both. There seem to be 2 times a year when a lot of baby blacktips show up. One is right around now, and the one is around December, January, something like that. So it's not unusual that, public awareness now there's 6 in one group at one time, but that's been seen in years past as well. And it just is the timing when they show up, but they're nothing to worry about at all.
What do you do?
Yeah, but when there's a baby, wouldn't you think that, there's a mama somewhere around?
Well, the mama's trying to eat the baby.
The mama's trying to eat the baby?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a shark eat shark world, Bree. It's crazy, man. You think you know somebody. Mom, is that you? Oh, damn it, Mom.
Yeah.
What do people do, though, when they're in the water and they see the sharks?
Well, hopefully just enjoy it, because generally sharks in the reefs around Guam are kind of shy of people, and they might come around a little bit, but then they'll usually take off because people are much larger than anything they would want to eat, and you're much larger than the shark as well, and so you're kind of intimidating to the sharks, and they'll generally go away.
Yeah, unless you're fishing. Brent, let me tell you a story. Going back to Billy Bay, I went fishing with a bunch of people, and they were like way more experienced than I was, so they're like, hey, yeah, you're gonna hold the bag. So you don't really want to be holding the bag of the bleeding fish in the water, and there's a lot of sharks, because what Brent said, 180. Yeah, no, they don't care how big you are. If there's blood, they're like, hey, what's going on? And I'm a big guy, and they were still like, hey, what's that? What is that, a gato? Wow, hey, you gonna eat that? Hey, yeah, exactly. So if you see it, you're right, Brent, because when you do, it's going to be fast. I say just take it in and enjoy the scenery, because it's not every day you get to see something cool like that.
Right. It's unless you're doing something to attract it, like you have some food in the water, some blood in the water, something like that. But generally, just if you're out for a recreational snorkel, they're not going to stick around you too much because they're kind of shy.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yeah, it is. Before we let you go, Brent, we're just kind of asking people, as we're all unpacking this news of the governor testing positive for COVID-19. When you heard that, just maybe give us your thoughts about it, Brent.
Well, I mean, it goes to show you that it's, anybody is susceptible to it. I'm sure that she was taking as great a care as anybody could. But if you let your guard down just a little bit, go to a quick lunch with somebody where you've got your masks up or something, it can happen to anybody at any time. So I just hope it reinforces, remind people to keep your protective measures in place at all times, the distancing and the mask, washing your hands and things like that. And as with everyone else, I'm sure we're hoping that she has a complete and relatively speedy recovery, and that it's a kind of a reminder and a role model for other people to absolutely maintain those things. It's still, we're not through it at all. It's still important to stay safe and stay healthy.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Brent.
Thanks, Brett.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Wash your hands and don't pee on it.
No.
Okay. All right. 7:10.
I can't believe that's just a myth.
God,
I mean,
Bree.
these guys were serious about it. Don't worry, just get in.
Do you want to talk about it? Because he's like, whatever you went through, I went a whole childhood getting stung by bees. They peed on it. Getting the jellyfish, they peed on it. They peed on it.
I got stung by a bee. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I went to a football game and I got stung by a bee, and I peed on it, and my leg was swollen. And it was like hard as a rock.
Yeah, gotta drink more water. 7-Eleven. Can we just move on from the whole golden showers thing? All right. I mean, just let it breathe. Okay, good. Done. Now let's put on our
serious hats?
Education hats. And, I wanted to get some good news here because there's just so many people talking about the return to schools. And remember, guys, there's going to be big news today. 3 p.m. There's a special Board of Education meeting. You know, we had the board chair, Miss Marie Gutierrez, on yesterday, and so I woke up early, shot her a message because there was a meeting, and she had told me that the governor didn't attend the meeting. We know why. Lieutenant Governor and the soup, and then whoever else was in it, and so we'll see what the takeaway was from that meeting at today's special meeting for the board at 3 p.m. And so, you know, we wanted to bring on in our Zoom room, and sir, I'm probably going to say your name wrong. So I will go ahead and let you introduce yourself, and then I'll go ahead and tell the people why we got you on here. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. Good morning, Chris. Thank you very much for having me. And then, good morning to everyone. And good morning to Guam. Thank you for having me.
Right. And so you actually got a presidential award because you're such an awesome science teacher. And I think that's so positive. There's some great news as we head into, you know.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Right, and you know, science is taking a real beating nowadays, so it's good to see a science teacher get the recognition.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's just talk about what was it like when you found out you got the award. Tell us a little bit about it, and you know what your life's been like afterwards. I'm pretty sure the paparazzi is following you everywhere.
Actually, it began in 2013 when I was first nominated by one of my colleagues, and then to apply for this award. And then as 2015, and then I was also recommended by Eloy Sanchez, superintendent, associate superintendent, and then again the national committee itself, they nominated me for the last 2 years, and 2017 and then 19, and then this time I decided to apply for it. Many times I tried it, but because of our, the students' discipline issues, and then so many other factors involved in that process, I couldn't make a video, because part of this process is that I have to get a 30 minutes uninterrupted video of my lesson plan. So, and then that is a big task to do it. And so they use that the video as a method to see how I impart knowledge, how I instruct my students, how they learn, how they interact, how I answer the questions, what are some of the questions they ask, whether they are learning or not, whether they're participating, and is there any discipline problem right there, or am I addressing that kind of things. So there are a lot of various factors they look into it. And then actually what I did was I run a school garden in my school. So pretty much I use my garden to teach various the nature things, natural things like plants and animals, and all other subjects involved in that process.
Actually, Lally, I remember you now. I interviewed you several years ago because you were a recipient of a KUAM Honors Award.
He's always winning stuff.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. That's the Think Green Honor Award.
Right, yes.
See you, Day.
Thank you. And he came to our school, and thank you for that one, Sabrina.
Right.
Well, it's nice to hear. So tell me about the award that you just received, the Presidential Award for Excellence. And so what does this mean? Because I understand that there's a cash award or something.
And what school do you teach at?
FB.
Yes. Actually, this award is for the Presidential Award for the 7th to 12th grade teachers. Anyone can apply that one. And I won in the science category, and then it comes with a certificate signed by the president, followed by the $10,000 that is funded by the National Science Foundation, and plus myself and my wife Ali can go to Washington and for the award ceremony. Sometime that happens in June or July of next year.
Hopefully,
it's supposed to happen this year because of the COVID, and then everything is pushed back to that time. And then so this award, like you said, Mr. Brennan, this award is very, very special to me. And then my wife and then my kids, they really helped me to apply for this award, and then they helped me a lot. And then also my students and all my former students and my teachers and then the staff at FPLG Middle School, really the principals, all principals, they supported me very much. And then so without their help, and then I don't think I would be able to be in this position, you know.
Right.
And so, and all the award that I got previously, and then all because of their effort and their active support behind me. So
Right. You said
I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you said a video. You turned in a video.
Yes.
What was on the video?
Oh, actually, my students, you know, actually that is a lesson plan. So I actually the UOG 4-H people, you know, I am also doing a separate program with the 4-H the section, and they come to my school every week, and then they also help me to teach various life skills, and then they also do various STEM projects in my class as well as in the garden. So, and then. The main project that I did was the compost gardening, because where I teach my students to follow the 3 R's, like reuse, reduce, and recycle. So actually we were collecting all the compost, the things, the dead leaves and the brown leaves from the school campus, and we put it in a different trench, and I have a different way of composting these things. So I was teaching my students, and then use that compost soil to plant the various kinds of vegetables and fruit trees in my garden. So, and part of that after the harvest, I was giving all the fruits to my students and the family, and everybody, you know. So they were all happy, and then so actually I was actually connecting my students with the nature and with their own experiences. And thereby learning is not that very hard for them.
Right. Yeah.
And, you know, in the science, Chris, you know, one of the thing is that the reason many students, they don't want to learn science because of it involved with a lot of vocabulary. But if you are using different methods like the gardening settings and also real life experiences, allowing them to collect the plants and animal products, and you know, they will learn a lot of vocabulary, and they will understand the nature very quickly, and they will know that how these things are connected, and then how they affect our life in this nature.
Thank you for that.
That's what I.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Lolly, because I remember, you know, science class. I mean, God, I hope my science teachers aren't listening, but from a book. Really, guys, there's just so many ways to get out and, you know, in nature. I mean, science is all around us, happening every second. So, hey, Lolly, we've just got a bunch of stuff. I wanted to come on and let you shine, but before we let you go, I know, I mean, you're well informed. I know you got the news this morning of the governor testing positive for COVID, and just the recent surges, kind of right up your alley as a science teacher.
Yes.
What's your reaction? What's your reaction on that, Lolly? What are you thinking about?
Oh, yeah, you know, I'm very sad that, you know, she's been doing a very good job for the island and also for the school system, and very sad to hear that. But then hopefully, you know, we will have a hope that, you know, she will be okay. She will survive this ordeal, and then so I'll pray for her and also for the island, you know, and also I advise all my students and everybody to, you know, to be on the safe side. So like you said, mentioned before, Chris, that it is on us, you know, we have to learn how to protect ourselves. We cannot blame anybody, and then so we need to take an active role in this to control this deadly disease from our source of our island, you know.
Thank you for that, Lolly, and you let us know when the next harvest time is.
Oh, sure, no problem. Yeah, I can share it with the big papayas and everything. Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Lolly. Wash your hands.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. You make us proud, man.
Congratulations.
Yeah, keep it up.
Okay.
Okay, 7:20. Hey, we're going to take a short break. We're coming back with Dr. Hoa Nguyen from the Governor's Physicians Advisory Group. Right here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Banner GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Good morning. Good morning, people of Guam. Like you, we're waking up to the news. Well, I actually went to bed with it last night that the governor has tested positive for COVID-19. This is something that we had asked about last week. Because, you know, just being in the media, people give us all kinds of tips, and we had heard some things Friday. You know, at that press conference, there was a moment where the governor had coughed and someone had to bring her a glass of water. And then in her release, she said she started experiencing symptoms on Saturday, which was the day after the press conference. So we'll just go right into the Zoom room from the Physicians Advisory Group. As always, anytime we got anything with the COVID, we really try and bring on the medical perspective. So Good morning, Dr. Ho Wen from the Physicians Advisory Group. Morning, Doc.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
So I got to ask, I mean, we had you scheduled for yesterday. I know you said you had an emergency situation. Did it have anything to do with the Gov testing positive for COVID?
No. It's had nothing to do with the governor. Yesterday, we have a few sick patients in the clinic that need to be seen right away. So I had to run to the clinic. And yeah, it's a situation we're in. And I think that the new lockdown, the new restriction with the gathering less than 25 in the funeral, we will not see any effect until probably 2 weeks from now. So for the next 2 weeks, we will continue to see some rise in the case just because of the funeral and the gathering in the past few weeks. So we expect a little bit more case in the next 2 weeks, and hopefully it will slow down.
Hopefully, right.
Yeah, there was a question that was asked during the press conference by one of the, I think it was Nick Delgado, who asked the governor about, was there anything you think that you could have done right differently? And I'm wondering, what do you think? Is there anything that could have been done differently because we're seeing this surge of cases when you look back?
I think that we did everything correct the first one, but I think that a few people kind of go around the system, and they find ways to kind of get away from the quarantine and the isolation, and that's the reason why that we get the surge where we are. But we take steps to correct that. So and again, people were always going to find ways to go around it. But those loopholes have been closed already. So hopefully, like I say, and the new restriction, we will see some improvement in the next 2-3 weeks or so, but it takes some time to improve. But right now, what we ask people is that, if they feel sick, please stay at home and always use your mask. It's so important to use that mask. It prevents from spreading the virus. I saw a few of my patients yesterday, and they're very anxious, and I tell your workplace probably the safest place of them all, because every workplace requires for you to use your mask. Your risk is when you go home after work and you're exposed to the family or friends, and those little gathering, we don't use our masks, and that's where your risks are. Not at the workplace, but at home. So kind of be careful when you go home, because your friends, everyone, you really don't know where they have been in the past week or so. So just be careful and keep your distance.
Not sure what that sounds
Doc, what about the bars? So we had talked about the gathering. We saw the governor on Friday close down the bars for a couple weeks. Can you kind of go into that decision and why you think it was justified?
There's quite a few positive come out the bar, and that's something that helped to make that decision. I think just the bar itself, quite a few bars didn't follow the regulation regarding capacity and the control. And I think that by doing that, we have some people that test through our clinic that's positive in the past few days because they've been to bars. So at a certain point, they have certain regulation there to follow, and certain bar does not follow the regulation, and that resulted in the case occur in the bar, and that's why she kind of shut it down for the next 2 to 3 weeks until things are cooling down.
Thank you for that, Doc, because there were just a lot of people talking about the decision, and we didn't really get a lot of info out of the governor when she dropped that bomb on Friday. So I thank you for that, because people were just hating on it. And we had the bar owners on yesterday, and it sounded like even they were having a hard time trying to figure out why. And like I said yesterday, our number one priority is protecting your lives. And if we have to shut down bars to do it because we've gotten positive cases since, they're not following the restrictions, then That's what we have to do. You guys can't sit there and say that, oh, we should have locked down the island. We should have locked down the island. Oh, why are we closing the bars? It just makes no sense at all. We're closing the bars because we got to do what we got to do. Look, I mean, the governor has COVID, guys.
Yeah, it's a case. We can't really name what bar and what location.
Yeah.
But I tell you that we do test people that are positive, and by history alone, they do attend some gathering at the bar. So it's some. You really have to be careful. I know a lot of restaurants.
I was going to say, what about restaurants?
Right.
You can't tell me that, it's just the bars.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why these bar owners are like, we feel targeted. It's just us bars. What about the restaurants?
Yeah, what do we do about the restaurants, Doc? Because we saw, how many restaurants came out and said, we had people who were positive. But was it because they weren't following the restrictions, or because they had an employee who was exposed somewhere outside of the setting?
Yeah, the restaurant, because employee outside the setting, but regarding patronage, people go out and eat, we don't see them that turn positive. It's really them certain restaurant, because employees, they go home to their family, and sometimes they can and hopefully they don't show up to work, but you don't have a breakout and people go to restaurant and turn positive, but they go eat in the restaurant. So we look at different case differently. It's not targeting the bar. It's really we look at it's not the employee at the bar that turned positive, it's the customer at the bar that turned positive, and that's the difference.
I want to, Doc, what can you tell us about the Physicians Advisory group meeting and this recommendation we're hearing about a strike force?
What we like to do is that we have to talk to public health, especially with the tracing team, that if they have in the future, it's going to happen again, that if they have a news like Father Duenas or something, that they have a team that go out to the site and basically set up a tent or find a place there at the site that to test for all the close contact for that site. Just because we see a huge amount of surge on the people that go to the tier 2 and some of the tier 3 clinic. I tell you, with your current clinic setting, with the appointment, everything, and you have 100 plus of people walk in to be tested, it's going to overwhelm the healthcare system in Guam a whole lot. All the clinics going to get burned out just because, on top of your regular patient every day, you will have, lines of car that go several block back. And that's what we've seen at, FHP, SDA, and AMC. So those can be handled by public health, and we're going to ask them to see if they can do a strike team somehow to kind of alleviate the congestion in the clinic. But again, we have to talk to a new director. We haven't had a chance to talk to them yet, but we're going to have a meeting tonight, so we're going to bring that up to public health.
Okay, and so this strike force, I guess you could say it would be nurses, lab techs, contact tracers. The idea is to have them on site within 20 minutes of public health notification, significant COVID-19 exposure. I'm just kind of reading through this.
Within 24 hours, they need to be where the breakout or the news, like Father Duenas. I think that it's much better. People know where to go and what to expect, and more information should be out there. Just like the case of the fitness center. They it's really put out the time out there so people don't panic. Hey, I don't know what time I go to the gym. So at Father Duenas, you need to release, is that the staff or the member or the student? It will make a big difference on people when they know more information. They won't be panicking so much.
Yeah, but does public health even have enough people to do this when they can't even do community testing?
I think that there's a thought that we did enough community testing already. Now we need to do target testing. So this is as a target, you just basically concentrate in certain population. So rather than go community testing, I think we do a very good job in community testing in the past already. But it's time now that we're going to do target. So target means that certain elderly population, if you have a breakout, those are target. So you just concentrate on the target testing for now.
Doc, I
think that public health have at this point.
I want to go back to our governor. So in the release, she had said that she's experiencing moderate symptoms of COVID-19. Can you explain to our audience, obviously without getting too specific, what are moderate symptoms of COVID-19?
People have symptoms depend on the age, on that kind of stuff, but more likely it's like coughing, fever, chills, body ache. And those are, you can be isolated at home. The only time that you go to the hospital is you have problem breathing. If you have shortness of breath, and that's when you go to the hospital. But most people can stay at home just because, like I said, they have fever, chills, body ache, and cough and cold. Like I said, that more likely that's what she have, and most people have. So they don't need to go to the hospital.
Right. So do you feel optimistic? I mean, I know you probably haven't examined the Gov, so I don't want you to speculate too much, but just to kind of put it out there for the people, do you feel optimistic that Gov is going to do well against COVID? I mean, because we're all praying for her.
Like most people, hopefully she will recover very well. I'm sure that they keep a very close eye on her, and at least anything else news for her. But I'm very sure that she's at home. She's currently doing well, and we all hope for the best.
Mm-hmm. What about your colleague on the Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Michael We saw on Facebook that he has tested positive for COVID. I also reached out to Dr. Cabrera to get him on the show with you this morning, and he said that he's homesick and that he was tested negative as of now at this point. So is it just the exposure that you guys have as doctors, or was there something that happened with the group, or what can you tell us?
No. Dr. Mike and Dr. Chris Cabrera didn't attend the meeting, the last one on Thursday, because they feel like they are not feeling well. So we all know that when we don't feel well, that we don't attend the meeting and we don't attend to our patient. So they isolate themselves at home and they do the repeat test, make sure they're negative. Unfortunately, Dr. Mike turned positive yesterday. So he's isolated at home, right. And that's a risk all the healthcare providers, the experience every day. Because we're sitting across a sick patient multiple times during the day, and you always take a risk. The healthcare worker, the nursing staff, the MA, the doc. We all take a risk, but like I said, that's we use our PPE as much as we can, but they own at risk.
Well, speaking of risks, the CDC, they issued that travel warning, level 3 for Guam, that we're a high risk for COVID-19. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're coming from, but all the Guam and the American Samoa and Palau, even they have 0 case. They group everyone in one level, and we don't agree with that. I don't know what they're looking for. They might look at not just number of positive case that you have on the island. They might look at your ability to respond or take care of the patient in the hospital and the ICU and stuff. They probably look at multiple reasons, and the governor tried to find out what reason you base this on to put Guam and everyone on level 3, and we wait for the answer to see what they think about. Right. So right now is like I said, it doesn't make sense to put American Samoa and Palau on level 3. They have 0 case. Like I said, it might be that the CDC might look at the hospital and might look at other areas. So we just have to see what the answer is before we start yelling at them.
Yeah, I just, Doc, I mean, it's kind of interesting that on the one side, I mean, even as recently as Friday, we had the governor telling us how serious we have to take this, which, of course, we do. But then when the CDC comes out and says, hey, take this serious, all of a sudden we're like, no, we're not. We're cool. We're not a hot zone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just that I kind of see a contradiction there that I can't really reconcile in my mind.
And I'm reading the CDC and for Samoa, and it does put them on a level 3. But it also says Samoa has not reported data on COVID-19 to the WHO. So their risk is Samoa is unknown, where for Guam it says the risk is high. And I could go through and look at the other places, you know,
I mean, if
Solomon
you read
Islands.
the advisory, it makes sense to me. I mean, I live on Guam. I feel like, we're...
Same thing for Solomon Islands. It's unknown. They've not reported data to CDC.
Yeah, it's not just a case. I think they look at other criteria regarding, you know, your hospital, the ability to... it's not the ability to contain. It's the ability to take care of ICU patient, all that kind of stuff, you know. So, like I said, we wait until the answer to see what the justification is before we start asking. You know, they might look a different way. That we know that we are somewhat a lot safer than Los Angeles or Florida somewhere. But, you know, I think the ability to respond to like ICU intensive care, something like that, a lot better than we do, just because, you know, we have limited capacity.
Right, and that was part of what was listed in the advisory. They had a whole thing in there about just the healthcare facilities' ability to respond.
It's almost as though we shouldn't tell anything to the CDC, and then it would be unknown.
Right.
And I don't think the border they care right now, because everyone trying to protect the border this time, so there's no traveling much at this point.
Right, and I think part of it was just like, you know, the governor had to clap back. You know, I mean, anytime someone, it was almost like people on Guam wear grass skirts. I mean, you got to clap back. You got to kind of stick up for the island. So I get why she wrote it, but just to me, in my mind, it's like, you can't tell us here how serious it is, and we've all got to hunker down because we are in that second surge that you guys all warned us about. But you can't tell us that and then go tell the CDC that, oh, everything's fine. Didn't you hear? We think we did a great job.
Yeah, I mean, it says, if you get sick in Guam and need medical care, resources may be limited.
Which is, I mean, it's accurate, right?
That's accurate. Yeah, we do a thin line, but we do very good what we do, but we still have limitation.
Right. Doc, you know, I read a Facebook post on one of my feeds yesterday talking about how the clinic, someone was trying to get into a clinic to get tested, and they were just saying that they went down the line and called all the clinics, and they were just full. Are we seeing that at the clinic level, Doc? Are you guys seeing a lot of patients coming in? And if so, what are they coming in for?
Yeah, I tell you, we have a lot of people coming in for testing out. You know, at 7 days, we have a lot of people that come in to get tested because they have close contact with either the funeral, father doing this, at the restaurant, at the gathering. So, like I say, typically we have anywhere from 50 to 150 patients just drive up and request to be tested. So yes, it's right now for the next 2 weeks or so, most of the clinic will be very busy to do the testing beside their own appointment. So I think every clinic try to do the adjustment to their schedule, so that way they can accommodate them. And regarding I can't speak for the clinic, for AMC, you know, we try to adjust a schedule that we can accommodate on the 6th visit, because we want to catch as much as possible any patient that a potential have the virus. So that's the most important thing right now, besides your chronic care management, is that we try to accommodate on the 6th visit, just because we don't want to miss anyone to walk around with the virus.
Doc, how is your staff doing, though? Because I think like a lot of us, and that probably worse for you guys being on the front lines, this thing is just not ending. And, you know, to have the mental stamina, and I'm thinking for us, every day, come in, be the sun, you know, face the world. I mean, it's hard, but I can't imagine what it's like being on your side of the fence with your staff. How are they holding up?
You know, well, we try to help each other in, you know, mental wise, just to make sure that they have the spirit. You know, we rotate people to other sites to give them a break of doing every day here. You know, in the current location, Manila, is really hectic. It would burn you out if you stay here for long. You know, and so we try to rotate, give people breaks. But like I said, I mean, it's tough. But you know, I have to say that all the staff and all the clinic, you know, all the tier 2 and tier 3 clinic, they are standing up. And I tell you, I know they get burned out, especially SDA and FHB. I feel for our colleagues, you know, because they still see patients outside just for to keep their clinic clean inside. So it is very hard to do.
You know,
I would lose a lot of weight.
Doc, everything you're describing, it really does sound a little scary with the people rushing to the clinics, and we're hearing about, you know, we got to create this strike force, and the governor testing positive, so many cases every day coming out positive, and we're in PCOR 3. At what point do we say, you know what, we got to go back to PCOR 2?
We have several guidelines there that to go back to PCOR 2 is, I think one of them is a rate of positive that coming up, you know, the hospitalization, the number of tests that we can do per day. Okay, so there's a guideline there to see if we need to go back to PCOR 2. So far, you know, those guidelines we still meet. So unless we have problem with testing, we have problem in the hospital, that's the two biggest thing that we're looking for. Then right now, we're not going back to PCOR 2 unless we pass those guidelines. We just need to kind of put some new restriction out there.
Right.
I think people understand. I think the majority of my patients, when I see them, I ask them, do you mind if the government do that? And they all say no, they don't mind at all. We need to control this thing. So the majority of people understand we have to do what we have to do. And so I think the people of Guam is wonderful, understand and follow instruction, unlike the state side. You know, so again, thank you everyone in Guam for doing their part.
Yeah, but it kind of sounds like, though, we're doing, like, let's do the PCOR 2 restrictions, but keep us in PCOR 3.
Right.
So we can just still stay open.
Yeah. And then also I wanted to ask about this formula. Is this a formula that we got from maybe the CDC, or did we, God, I don't want to say, did we just make it up?
There's no CDC formula, Chris Sabrina. The formula we use is basically we try to make sure that Guam is somewhat much safe for anywhere stateside at this point. So the formula we come up is that, you know, if anyone that can fall below our safety at this point, they are considered somewhat safe. Okay, but you know, even at the rate of that we go up right now, we still consider way more safer than the state side. So the formula, that's what it means, is that it's not magical. It's not a guideline for everyone. We adjust it, but the key, the formula is keep the people that come into our island, wherever location is, that location have to be safer than our location. It makes sense.
We're safer, but we're slipping.
Yeah.
Well, we're slipping, and we're clamping it down, guys. We are. We see that people use certain loophole that we have, like declare their original location differently by change their flight path and all that kind of stuff. People are creating, you know, and that's a loophole that we learn as we go, and we close those loophole as we identify them, you know, and it's sad that people won't do that, but they put their relative and their family at stake and the whole island at stake by trying to go around the system.
Right, but some people, they probably see these horror stories about staying in government quarantine, and they're trying to, like, we got to find a way where we don't have to go to that nightmare. And have those issues been addressed?
Yeah, I tell you, for very few cases that you hear about the quarantine, there's so many cases that people appreciate that so much. We tend to kind of focus on any type of negative things on the Q factor. But in reality, if you do the survey in the Q factor, most people really appreciate the Q factor. It's not a five-star hotel, but they realize, it's basic, but it's a safer to island. And I tell you, overall majority will not object to Q factor. They know it's a safety.
I think, Doc, that's where we kind of lose each other, is that people accept that they have to go into quarantine, but what they're not accepting is that it's substandard conditions, the cleanliness, the attentiveness to detail. I mean, we had an old man who couldn't get his meals with his medication, and it was just a problem. And so if there are these people who are enjoying quarantine, where are they at? Where are they at? So I get what you're saying, Doc. People, I support the idea of quarantine because we have caught the cases, but we got to do better in terms of basic stuff like cleaning the place, disinfecting it, making sure that we have the staff to take care of a lot of these people's needs, because a lot of them are coming from medical stuff. They came, like this gentleman came from open heart surgery, and it just broke my heart.
We agree with that, and those are the list that we look at, guys. That if you have a special condition like that we're gonna make an exception and let you quarantine at home, and we are looking at those case by case, and not try to keep those high risk patients in the Q factor, and try to get home with early testing for them.
Right.
And it's just not perfect, and they try to improve every day. But I say it's the majority of people do appreciate the Q factor. It's very basic stuff in there, but there's nothing fancy for 1 week.
Doc, before we let you go, thank you so much for your time. 3 p.m. today, there's a special Board of Education meeting to address what, if any, delay or any measures or anything with the reopening of schools. Just from the Physicians Advisory Group perspective, what are your thoughts on reopening the schools as scheduled, considering this surge that we're currently in?
We expect that doesn't matter how good the prep you put in place, there's going to be some falling out somewhere, and we expect that they might have a surge or two on certain school, but they have stepped there to identify and kind of not repeat what Father Dwayne is doing the first time. That's a lesson learned for everybody. But again, all the school masks are mandatory. It's not an optional unless you have very special condition that you cannot wear a mask, but it's mandatory. So I think the teacher and the student are comfortable unless someone breaks the protocol somewhere. But I think they need to go back to school. Because I think distance learning from online is not the best of them all. But at this point, we're going to try our best to see if the school can go forward. So we see, they have a lot of steps in online right now. So I know most of the private school, Catholic school are back, and so far, but this week there's no king except FD for now. But I think they fixed that problem already.
Okay.
Yeah, they started back today.
Yeah. Doc, thank you. Anything in closing that you want to tell the people of Guam before we let you go?
I think everyone, again, wear your mask, wash your hand, keep the social distance. If you walk in somewhere that people have no mask on, either you have a choice to walk out or you tell people, or keep your mask on. That's the only way that you can prevent and help us in Guam and kind of get the number to go down. So again, don't let your guard down. we'll have to work together. Okay.
Thank you, Doc.
Thanks, Doc.
You're welcome. Have a good day, guys.
Wash your hands.
Stay safe.
Wash your thumbs. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see. Dr. Ho Wen. Yeah, he's right. You know, I've been going around doing a lot of stuff outside, and so have a lot of other people. And we don't wear a mask when we're outside. I hiked up Aspen Ridge, and there's a super skinny trail. And the people were coming down, and it was like, I mean, in my mind, I was like, in their mind, they were just like, la-di-da-di, And so I actually just had to turn away and, like, face into the jungle a little bit, and I stuck my head in. It was just funny. So do what you can, especially in those situations where there may be some exposure. It's 7:56. We're KUAM-FM in Hagåtña, Guam. Good morning, and thank you so much to our viewers on KUAM TV 11. We're going to flick the switch. Let's all go over to our Facebook live feed on the KUAM News Facebook page. Of course, on the Breeze 93.9. This is the link on TV 11. We leave you now with our anthems. My name is Chris. For Sabrina, we'll be back on the other side with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Obviously, a lot to talk about with him. And the GVB Deputy, Jerry Perez. Where are we with tourism? Yep, I said it, the T word. We'll find out coming up at 7:56. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. Yeah?
Oh, no, I was looking at the security breach abruptly ends Trump briefing. It's a breaking news.
Okay, so we'll get that coming up next here on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Go uli di sombranza temak et zu ita saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el memu a no distancia como cupu gipalu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera co esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentamiti man ko badi
your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Thank you. It's all proudly brought to you by Polka, distributed by Ambrose Inc. Polka, they've got the cappuccino, they've got the peach tea, they've got the lemon tea. They got the good stuff. It's all over Guam. Calvo Enterprises and IT&E. It's The Link. Good morning. Good morning. We're here with you guys. We got this, Guam. Let's do it together. As we've been discussing all morning, the governor, of course, has tested positive for COVID-19. As also her son, the president and CEO of the Bank of Guam, has also put out on his Instagram. If you track it, a few days ago, Bank of Guam announced they had 3 positive cases, and in a Instagram post, it was last night, Bree?
What was that?
Last night?
Yeah, it was overnight. I woke up this morning and saw that it was posted on Facebook and Instagram.
Right on. Hey, it's 8:07. There's a lot going on at this hour, so we'll go ahead and get right to it. Start with our Link News update from the KUAM News team, Adriana Cotero.
Half a day. Good morning, everyone. I'm Adriana Cotero with your headlines here on The Link. Senators have begun debate on the fiscal year 2021 budget. GovGuam is facing what many believe will be a deep plunge in revenues due to the COVID pandemic. And as Nestor LaConta reports, the hearings did not get off to a very good start.
Shortly after the session opened this morning, senators went into a lengthy recess. When they emerged, Finance Chairman Joe San Agustin announced the Budget Bureau would be a no-show.
But we have been advised this morning that due to medical reasons, the contact tracing, BBMR has basically been shut down. So we will not get any attendees from BBMR.
That's right. COVID exposure forced the Budget Bureau to close. That didn't sit too well with senators, though.
I share the same sentiments of having it virtually. It can be done. If we can do that, we don't necessarily have to have a video, but as long as we have audio and to hear our, any questions we have as we move forward.
Well, this is the executive budget that is being reviewed with our Office of Finance and Budget here. If the director's not available, then I kindly request that the governor come explain the budget for us, Mr. Chairman.
Can we also invite economists to talk about projections? Because my concern is that, with the revenue projections that we have, it may not be accurate considering the drop in revenues that we're seeing and the closure of businesses.
So the final list of invitees included Adelup Chief Financial Advisor Bertha Duenas, Department of Labor economist Gary Hiles, Revenue Tax Director Daphne Shimizu, Administration Director Ed Byrne, and by video chat, Budget Director Lester Carlson. Representatives from the Legislature's Office of Finance and Budget will make the main presentation. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
By the afternoon, members of the governor's fiscal team were available. According to their latest figures, GovGuam went from a projected $45 million shortfall by year's end to a $29.5 million surplus budget. Director Lester Carlson says they brought in more in income taxes than expected. Senator Regine Bisco-Lee was among the senators who wanted to know how there was no apparent negative fiscal impact from the pandemic, despite a downturn in businesses. Budget Director Lester Carlson and Administration Director Ed Byrne explained that this was because they collected more in income tax than expected, bolstered by federal stimulus money that is recirculating in the economy. But Carlson adds that the nearly $30 million surplus will likely be reduced. That's because revenues from special funds such as the hotel occupancy tax and immigration fees are way down because of the decline in tourism. So agencies such as Customs that are funded by those revenues will have to be subsided by the general fund. A total of 6 cases of COVID-19 were confirmed out of 714 test samples on Monday. Of the new cases, 1 tested positive at the Department of Public Health and Social Services and was identified through contact tracing. 1 case tested positive at Diagnostic Laboratory Services, and 4 cases tested positive at Guam Memorial Hospital Authority. These cases are all under investigation. To date, there have been a total of 418 confirmed cases of COVID-19, with 5 deaths, 325 released from isolation, 5 hospitalized, and 88 active cases. Of those cases, 369 are classified as civilians and 49 are military service members. That's the news for now. We'll see you here at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Adriana. Just before 10 o'clock last night, Adelup made the announcement that Governor Lilian Guerrero tested positive for COVID-19. In a news release, the governor said she was informed on August 5th that she had come in contact with a close relative who had tested positive. She and First Gentleman Jeff Cook were tested at the time, and the results were negative. Even so, they were advised to practice precautionary measures for the next 14 days. In line with existing protocols, she wore a face mask, limited travel to essential functions only, and practiced social distancing. It was on Saturday, though, she began exhibiting some symptoms and was tested again yesterday afternoon. The results then returned positive last night. The governor says she remains in good health despite exhibiting moderate symptoms. Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio and Acting Chief of Staff John Jr. Calvo have both been tested, and they tested negative. Together, the release states they are monitoring budget talks and will continue to lead the fiscal and COVID response teams from home. Meanwhile, on social media last night, the governor's son, Joaquin Cook, who is the president and CEO of the Bank of Guam, announced that he was one of the 3 employees at the Bank of Guam that tested positive for COVID-19. Cook wrote that he shares his story to encourage others to remain vigilant in their daily activities to keep the virus at bay. He wrote that for those like me that have been infected, I hope that you too share your story. Every effort is needed to remind others to treat this pandemic seriously. Quote, it's on each of us to take personal responsibility for our own actions, remaining diligent and safe in the process. Each one of us must do our best by simply wearing a mask, washing our hands, and keeping our distance. Even if protecting yourself is not enough, think about everyone else around you, your children, your spouse, your parents, your brothers and sisters, friends, and those you work with. President Trump is taking action on his own after talks with Congress over a new coronavirus relief package broke down, but many are questioning the legality of his actions and just how effective they will be. Skylar Henry has more details from the White House.
President Trump is likely to face legal challenges after he bypassed Congress and signed executive orders when talks over a new coronavirus relief package broke down. Republican Senator Ben Sasse called them unconstitutional slop.
I guess maybe they'll bring legal actions, maybe they won't, but they won't win.
The president is suspending the federal payroll tax for Americans making less than $100,000, but that money would still be due at the end of the year. The president also said he wanted to prevent evictions, but his order only directs federal agencies to see if halting evictions is necessary. And the president wants to give unemployed Americans an extra $400 a week. He'd pull $44 billion from FEMA to pay for some of it, while states would have to chip in a quarter of the money.
I could take that money from testing. I don't think that's a great idea. I could take that money from mask and disinfecting for our schools. I don't think that's a great idea. In fact, I think the president's plan is not a great idea.
Democrats wanted to give state and local governments $1 trillion because their budgets have been decimated by the pandemic. But that remains a key sticking point by the White House.
They need to come back with a compromise on the state and local from their $1 trillion and the unemployment benefits, and if so, we'll respond.
Democrats say they want to resume talks for a new relief package.
Our Republican friends should come back to the table. We've agreed to meet them halfway. We go down $1 trillion, they go up $1 trillion, and we're close, and we could get the job done.
The president slammed Democrats for demanding money for states and said if they want to meet to make a deal, they have his phone number. Skyler Henry, CBS News, the White House.
And real quickly, an update to that breaking development in the nation's capital. President Trump, he just started a press briefing about the coronavirus, and then it broke really abruptly. Apparently, there was a shooting outside of the White House, an active shooter situation. The shooter has been taken into custody. The Guam Education Board is scheduled to hold a special meeting this afternoon. According to GEB Chairperson Maria Gutierrez, Superintendent John Fernandez is scheduled to present his plan for schools in terms of whether they will proceed as planned or whether there will be a delay. The first day for students to return to campus is August 17th. On Monday, Fernandez was scheduled to meet with the Lieutenant Governor on school readiness. Today's special meeting is scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. Parents and students are encouraged to watch the live stream on the Department of Education's Facebook page. As this case heads back into trial, Mark Torrey Jr. has been released from house arrest and placed on a strict curfew. It was back in 2015. Torrey was arrested for the deadly shooting of fellow police officer Albert Piolo. In the second trial of his case, Torrey faces negligent homicide and aggravated assault charges. He's been on house arrest for the last 5 years. Last week, the court heard arguments from both parties. The government did not file an opposition to the motion. However, Assistant Attorney General Basil O'Malley verbally opposed on behalf of the Piolo family. According to the court order, Torrey's curfew is from 4 o'clock in the afternoon until 9 p.m. Jury selection begins this week in Judge Art Barcenas' courtroom. On Friday, officers from the Guam Police Department responded to a beyond control complaint, according to police spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau. Through the course of the investigation, officers learned that a 13-year-old female minor was dropped off at her home by a male unknown to the family. Preliminary reports suggest that the female minor met 31-year-old Zachary Ryan Wood through social media. Investigators also learned that the minor was sexually assaulted 3 times. DART investigators were able to locate Wood where he was transported to police headquarters in Tidzan. Wood was arrested for first and second degree criminal sexual conduct, jurisdiction over an adult, custodial interference, and unlawful restraint. He was booked and confined. And finally, later in the link, our Decision 2020 coverage picks back up. Joining us in our Zoom room are Democrats David Duenas and incumbent Senator Kelly Marsh-Titano and former Senator Republican Frank Bloss Jr. Our D2020 interviews get underway at 9:15 this morning. And that is your news.
All right, thank you, Sabrina. It's 8:18. It's the link on the breeze, 93.9. It's proudly brought to you by Polka, IT&E, and Calvo Enterprises. Let's just go right into the Zoom room. We're standing by. We have the Lieutenant Governor of Guam, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. Good morning, LT.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Guam.
We're just going to give you the floor right off the bat. I mean, everybody is just talking about the governor testing positive for COVID-19. So here you go, LT. What would you like to say to the people?
Well, first, of course, we're continuing to pray for the governor's recovery and the recovery of all of our residents who are currently fighting the infection. And I just want to assure everybody that we are doing everything we need to do to make sure that this government continues to battle the virus and continue to address all of the issues coming up. And thank everybody for their support and for their understanding.
Yeah, I was reading the release, and it said that you were tested, and so was John Jr. Both tested negative. But what about other close contacts that work at Adelup? Are they having to be tested or on quarantine?
Well, that's the contact tracing protocol will be in place, and they'll be taking a look at all of the contacts of the governor. She did have a few public meetings. She swore in some board members on Friday, and so all of that will be comprehensively addressed by public health and following the strict protocols.
LT, when they run through this contact trace investigation, I mean, it's a very real possibility that a lot of people in key positions might be forced into some type of preventive quarantine. Or so. That being said, are we going to still be able to run the government? I mean, is everyone just going to be on a Zoom if that happens?
Well, yeah, and we were able to run the government pretty much remotely when the first cases came up in March and April. And I'm very confident that everything will fall right into place. There are a large number of excellent public servants out there at all different levels that have responsibilities, and they will rise to the challenge. And we will all rise to the challenge to see this through.
What are the odds of us getting a Zoom tutorial for Lester Carlson?
Oh, I didn't see him. What happened?
What? I don't know. I don't know if it's just like, it's just gotten to this point where him and the legislature just like not. So what was it, Bree? Was it a static picture of him?
Yeah,
or
it was
something?
a static picture yesterday.
I mean, I feel like he's in his underwear having a beer if I can't see him on the Zoom feed, And I know for Lester that wouldn't even be a stretch.
Yeah, it's not too early.
In that case, it would have been better to have the picture than that visual. Oh, that's Lester.
Yeah, and I mean on that, LT, what do you make of this? We had a bunch of senators yesterday saying, "Hey, why isn't the administration here?" I mean, it's kind of a big deal. What's your response to that? And I guess why weren't they there initially? And did you have to go and chew anybody out?
Well, I think that when they got the call, they came, and I think I see this every year. There's always going to be a dialogue. And I think right now the Office of Finance and Budget will present their case on what the rationale is with the revenues. Of course, we're all down the right direction, but there is little variation, and they'll have to hammer out the details. The members of the legislature will make their best decision on the collection experience for the government. I just would say that since we came into office, it's pretty clear that we've been focusing on tax collections, and we've increased our collections, and that really has made us be able to manage the government and respond to the pandemic the best way we can.
Did I hear that correctly, though, that we went from looking at a shortfall now to looking at a $29 million?
Let me track it for you. It went from a $45 million shortfall, which the Republicans were saying, and then the policy director came back and said, no, it's more like $8 million. And now it's a $29 million surplus. Is that what I'm hearing?
But that was from last fiscal year. So are you talking about the recent news yesterday with the financial audits for the year ending September 30, 2019? September. Yeah, for the last fiscal year.
I'm just trying to figure out how much money we have at this point out to you. I'm not a budget guy.
The fiscal year is not over yet, but remember that the audited financials come significantly after the close of the fiscal year, and then we're able to increase our collections and reduce the deficit. Now with this fiscal year, and now we'll see how we do, what kind of shortfall we'll have at the end of this fiscal year, and then of course plan for the revenues for next. So we're really talking about we talked about the last fiscal year. We're in the current fiscal year, and we're planning for the next all at the same time. So sometimes it can be a little confusing.
Yeah. LT, so we heard that you had a meeting with Superintendent John Fernandez yesterday. Can you tell us what transpired in that meeting?
Yeah, so we met with the superintendent, brought his team, his two associate superintendents, Erica Cruz, Joe Sanchez. By the way, it was on Zoom. Mm-hmm. That's how we meet. and the head of the school health counselors. And then I brought in the director of public health, the director of public works, and our recovery coordinator and our federal programs office, just to kind of get a sense on where things were. We talked, since the beginning of the pandemic, we've been working closely with DOE. We're able to use the personnel there to supplement our response efforts. And we do still have social workers that are embedded in the contact tracing team, which is an advantage, I would say, as the education board makes a decision about what the next step is. But for the last week, there has been a significant amount of work and collaboration going on between DOE, public health, and public works and civil defense to map out and support the school opening date that was determined by the Board of Education. And so we have on Thursday, I instructed civil defense to have a tabletop exercise so they can practice all the protocols and continue to increase the state of readiness no matter what happens and no matter what the education board decides today at 3:00. And so the posture for us is to try and give the most amount of support that is needed so that education can make their decisions appropriately. On the call, we did talk about, and I shared with the superintendent that anecdotally, of course, we've gotten phone calls from parents and from teachers, people in the workplace that have different opinions about their state of readiness or willingness to be in the workplace. And so I think that all the decisions, all of that, plus I think the Department of Education teachers have been in training at the schools with the staff. I imagine all of the sentiment and all of their operational readiness will be discussed today, and we'll see what the decision will be, if we're still on track or if there's going to be a variation. I think I've been hearing from board members that they're looking at different variations. So I want to see what is happening. No matter what the decision, we want to be in a situation to help.
Okay, so you weren't informed of the decision before the announcement.
No. Made. I mean, I think the decision is for the education board to make. The superintendent will make his recommendations, and then there are mostly elected folks on there, some appointed, and they will make the decision, I think.
But by the end of the discussion that you had with everyone yesterday, what were they leaning towards? Were we still going to be opening on the 17th? Are we still going to be doing the three different options?
Well, first of all, I think parents and families already have a choice, right? Even if school were to be face-to-face, instruction starts next week, there is an option for online / remote learning. And that, I think, was a critical thing to give people that option to make the best decisions for themselves and their families, keeping their personal situations in the forefront and applying that. And so, the education department, the officials indicated that they were confident in their opening plans. I still would like to see on Thursday after their tabletop if there are any other things that need to occur. But I do recognize and respect that, and I'm curious to see what the decision will be. That being said, of course, the governor authorized schools to be open, and private schools have reopened, many of them this week. And of course, the situation changes. If we see further community spread and further causes for concern, we won't hesitate to make any further retractions of things that are allowed to be open. There isn't a decision right now to make any further decisions, but we track this on a daily basis, and as you can see from last week, we won't hesitate to act.
Right. Some schools, private schools, they have open, and I've gotten calls asking about this. What discussions did you guys have about bus transportation?
Well, bus transportation, there seems to, I think Public Works and the private schools are still working on the support. I asked that question actually, and I understand that there is communication that continues to occur there. But what I'm trying to do is make sure that if and when, or actually I guess when bus operations start, that at least for the primary schools, the elementary schools, I've asked that additional personnel, appropriate personnel, be on board to make sure that the kids are adhering to the social distancing policy and the occupation of the buses. There will be PPEs, there'll be masks and hand sanitizers on board the buses for kids who enter the bus without such. And we'll try and make sure we also submitted or transmitted a whole bunch of PPEs to the schools so that they're ready to open. That's the kind of support that we'll continue to give.
LT, so on the busing, are we just not busing any private school students at this point? Because I did get one of the private schools reached out and said that they were told by DPW, and we know this because we had Jess on last week, that the plans to bus students, at least for the public school students, are kind of still on the drawing board.
Right. It's all based on school enrollment. I think that right now it's trying to get a confirmed number. I mean, they've been planning with DOE as best they can to anticipate the number of kids that are going to be out there. And I believe the same thing has been occurring and is waiting on the private school side. And Chris, what I'll do is I'll get more info and see what the update is. But as I understand it, there have been a discussion where some schools were trying to recommend to Public Works to increase the capacity of the buses and allow more students on, and we are not going to do that. Our occupancy of buses is based on the recommendations of the Physicians Advisory Group and Public Health, and we will not depart from that. May mean additional school buses needed to support the private schools, and we're prepared to do that. It's just really a lot of planning, and I'll get more info on the private schools.
Right, but what about bus drivers? Because I think when we talked to Jess, he said there was 140 school buses, and there was like 120, I think, bus drivers, but 30 of them had indicated that they have pre-existing health conditions and other sorts of concerns, that they're not going to be driving and operating these buses.
Right. So now we need to go out and hire some young bus drivers.
Well, we had already started the research with all the private bus companies that are actually not operating right now, the ones that are in support of the tourism sector. And that's a source of labor. Of course, we have to make sure that all of them meet the muster with all of the traffic records, and also making sure that there are appropriate people on buses. That means that nobody that has a conviction of criminal sexual conduct or a violent crime is eligible to be operating any school bus.
LT, I wanted to go back to this thing because I apologize. I know I sounded confused, but there was a story that Nestor did just yesterday. Stimulus tax collection contribute to new $29.5 million surplus projection. And I'll just go ahead and read from the story. According to the latest figures, GovGuam went from a projected $45 million shortfall by year's end to a $29.5 million surplus. With Budget Director Lester Carlson said they brought in more in income taxes than expected. Senator Regine Bisco-Lee was among the senators who wanted to know how there was no apparent negative fiscal impact from the pandemic despite a downturn in business. Budget Director Carlson and Administration Director Ed Byrne explained that this was because they collected more in income tax than expected, bolstered by federal stimulus money that's recirculating in the economy. But Carlson adds that the nearly $30 million surplus will likely be reduced because revenue from special funds such as the HOT and the immigration fees are way down because of the decline in tourism. So that's what I was talking about, LT, is like, I get what the senators are saying. It just really, like, how do we end up with a surplus? It's almost some like hocus pocus, alakazam, from a deficit to a surplus, bam! You know what I mean, LT? It is what it is. And so how
it's all in the numbers. And so, we take a look at the CRER and we take a look at the actual collections that Rev and Tax has, and the Revenue and Tax Director, I believe, is going to be at the legislature, and everything is open for inspection.
Nice. Okay.
I'll just say that, we collect taxes, and if you owe taxes, pay the taxes. The other thing, of course, there's a drop in business privilege tax, and that's, I think, what Lester is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Hotel occupancy tax is down, the customs and user fee is down, but we have a customs operation. And so, that's kind of the complexities of the fiscal situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that we are fortunate that we've been doing well in our collections on the income tax, and and continue to posture, try and contain the virus, and try and continue to move towards the recovery side of the business here.
LT, we got Jerry Perez from GVB coming up right after you to kind of talk tourism reopening. If we could just get your 2 cents on that subject.
I think the key things are going to be what the policies are in the source markets of Japan and Korea, and of course Taiwan to a lesser extent, and the work that we need to do here to make sure we contain the virus and to make sure that all the businesses are prepared for visitors, including local visitors. And I'd probably just encourage folks that have been here much longer, that been on island for 5-6 months longer than they have before. Maybe a staycation down in Tumon is in order, but do that with members of your own household and stay out there.
No Chakma pass.
Before we let you go, LT, I wanted to just ask and follow up on the governor and the fact that she is tested positive. And so I just wanted to ask you, what is exactly the protocol for succession and continuity for government and school, et cetera?
Well, the governor is still able to exercise her authority. She's has Zoom, she has the phone. We would only have a situation that occur in case she has to be absent. And then, of course, I naturally would take the reins. But, we are a team, and things are pretty much, other than the challenge that she has right now with her personal health, that's not going to impact our posture and our readiness to continue to lead our island.
Okay.
LT, what kind of mask was that you were wearing on the Friday press conference? Sorry, this is total random, but we were wondering.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it kind of stood out.
I guess some people didn't like it. So next time I'll wear this one.
What was it, though? Because I just saw the V.
It was a mask that, God, I wish hold on for a minute. Let me show you.
Okay. That's his mask bag.
The infamous mask, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe, I don't know where it is.
Careful,
but
I don't
it was just basically a pattern, kind of like one person who criticized told me, it looks like an island print, but it's not Chamorro. But I guess from afar, somebody said it looks like Angry Birds.
I just saw
like
a V.
Huge V. Yeah, from far away.
And you win some, you lose some. So I guess that mask turns out to be a fail.
All right, well, you should start doing Lady Gaga style mask changes during the press conference.
Or a Lady Gaga. I'll try that one.
All right, LT.
Thanks,
you.
LT.
Thank you. Stay safe, please.
Yeah,
You
please
too.
be safe, and let us know, if anything else happens.
All right.
Thank you. Wash your hands. All right, 8:37. We'll take a really short break, and we're coming back. Talk tourism. How realistic is it? How feasible is it to reopen the island to visitors who are going to give us money? It's 8:38. It's the Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglonia, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
we can respond to the 2020 census of Guam. Our responses
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Chips.
Those hips don't lie.
Yeah, they don't. They might stretch the little bit. Yeah, we had to get a dance cam on Jason Solis.
He really does need his own camera, man.
And his own microphone.
Yeah.
Maybe we build you your own studio. So you can Jason distance.
So you're saying I have to quarantine and quarantine?
I got you. Hey, good morning. It's 8:45. Hey, let's head over to the Zoom room.
Nothing.
Just watching
Nothing.
Jason on the stream here. Cute, man. What do you do for your hips? How do you get them to open like that? I'm a little tight.
Can we just go to the Zoom room,
Okay.
please? I don't even want to hear what you guys
trying to get some pointers. What do you do? The legs behind the head stretch, or? All right, let's go to the Zoom room.
Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning,
Sorry
Jerry.
you had to hear that.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
From the Guam Visitors Bureau, he's the deputy, Jerry Perez. Thanks for joining us, Jerry.
Oh, happy to join you this morning and talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about. But before we get started, I was listening to the Lieutenant Governor toward the end there. You're asking him about the tourism thing, and
Right.
Whatever he said, I totally agree.
I like how you get that out first, right? Okay, first of all, totally
How's
agree,
that
boss. Yeah.
How's that for sucking up?
I don't know if there's a risk of exposure. You with your nose where. Just please, everybody, wear your mask when brown nosing. All right, Jerry, and let's just get right into it. Right, so the reopening tourism, it was all the talk, 3-4 weeks ago. Obviously, the complexion of everything has changed from, the governor now coming out positive, and we'll just go at Jerry.
And the CDC.
Right, so we'll start with that. What are your thoughts on our governor testing positive for COVID-19? What's going through your head this morning?
Well, actually, it just demonstrates that this virus is so insidious and so efficient in its transmission that we can't be too careful. A few weeks ago, when we were getting our act together, so to speak, and preparing the island to be COVID safe, we were at a point where we felt comfortable talking to our source markets to try to develop a quarantine bubble zone. You know what that is about, right? Some kind of a reciprocity and arriving on Guam without testing if they stayed less than 5 days and so forth. The problem we encountered at that time was not so much on our end at the time, but on the source market end, them still requiring quarantining on return, because these source markets are getting reinfected, not so much from within, but returning residents. And so that was kind of a stumbling block that was impeding our ability to make forward progress on that end. Since that time, there seems to have been a rise in local positivity rates. That said, however, and I'm responding to the earlier issue you wanted me to talk about, which is the CDC designation of Guam being a high-risk area. Despite this recent uptick, so to speak, in the results of positivity testing, a lot of that actually are from inbound people and are quarantined. And although we do have some community spread, it's being managed, in my opinion. I'm not really a doctor, but I'm not a medical doctor, that is. The fact of the matter is, it's being well contained, and we have a fairly robust, contact tracing system. So the CDC designation of Guam as a high-risk area, I believe, and the governor, I think, has written back to them and told them otherwise, that we're not a high-risk destination. As I understand it, CDC normally describe risk levels based on, say, like level 1 being low risk, with case counts less than 150 in the trailing month. We're well within that parameter. The other thing is our positivity rate. I was just calculating as of yesterday, in spite of the increase, we're still at 1.7% positivity rate, which is much lower than the national average of 8 to 10%. So clearly that designation was not, proper. And what really surprised me, what really was astounding to me, and what was stunning is our characterization as being a foreign destination.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's stunning only because we have a lot of federal funding here that is health related. And so that kind of...
they should have known. I mean, God, that's like a grass skirt comment in 2020. Like, for real, CDC? But Jerry, I'm sure that it's a part of your thought process. Let's say that, I'm source market A, or I'm Japan, and here comes, Guam. She's all done up real nice, and she's like, hey, come over to me, I'll show you a really good time. It's gonna be great. We're just totally safe. And I'm like, okay. And then, when you meet somebody new and you start Googling and you're like, oh, this lady Guam, she's pretty nice, and you say, wait a second, hold on, CDC. Hot zone, high risk of infection. Oh no, sorry, girl. Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, how do you?
That's exactly right, and that's really the issue that we're trying to overcome. And part of the reason also for designating a high risk area is the cases per day, which would be our case per day is like 2 to 3 for crime's sake. It's way below the national average, and we have surge capacity of up to 200 beds, and we only have like 3 or 4 or 2 or 3 hospitalizations. So we just need to get that message across. The problem is CDC and the health authorities are still authorities that government officials in our source market defer to.
Yeah.
And so the governor did the right thing about writing directly to the CDC, and we're hopeful that not only Guam, but actually the FSM and CNMI would be reclassified. I understand that those areas are low risk from the latest CDC designation, but Guam was lumped in with the U.S. and because we're a U.S. territory, and I think it's less a risk analysis and more a politically aligned designation by being part of the U.S.
Right, but Jerry, I mean, that girl, her reputation is pretty much is trashed. If everybody's like, ew, it's kind of nasty, she's got the COVID. So what really do you have to do to turn this around other than, the governor writing a letter?
Well, I think we're just going to have to, we have 2 tracks. The governor can write a letter and that can follow its course. But I think materially, it's more important for us to focus on our source markets, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to drive a decision. We know that there's pent-up demand. We've done some intra-country surveys, both at the travel, trade, and institutional level, as well as the consumer level on our source markets. And there is overwhelming desire to travel to a nearby resort destination, which we're a part of, right? And we even threw in a little kicker on the side to say that if you come to Guam and we can provide testing, will that dissuade you from coming? And 80% or so said no, that they would not be dissuaded from coming if they were required to go through a test and we were to provide it. So the biggest hurdle right now really is our source market governments restricting travel, because when they come out with a restricted travel advisory, that triggers a lot of different issues, not least of which is the inability to get travel insurance. And that's very important for a lot of the, the travel agents and even customers themselves. So with that restricted travel for non-essential travel hanging over our head, even if we have like a bubble reciprocal arrangement, that's still a drag. And so it's not going to be easy, and we just need to work at it piece by piece. But we're doing all we can to the extent that we can.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating, because when you talk about that dialogue between us and the source markets, I don't know, how do you tell them, oh, that CDC thing, that's nothing. I mean, because that's what you're basically trying to do, right?
Yeah, they say, yeah, that's what we're trying to do in terms of them making a decision to travel, even with required testing, because some of them actually, not a big lot, but some of them actually indicated they're willing to undergo testing on return if we provide that testing from Guam before they return home. There's still an element of that, but it's still those issues that we need to work through.
Right, and there's just no timeline on this kind of thing, because I felt like we were moving full steam ahead. I mean, we even set a date to reopen the island to tourism, and I think all this has shown, all the chain of events that led to where we're standing right now, it's all shown that you can't really make plans around COVID. I mean, you can try.
You can try, and you'd be negligent if you didn't anticipate, because it's easier to pull back a schedule than it is to establish one, because once you establish one, that's important in terms of setting all the institutional infrastructure to trigger the travel, the travel market, whether it's airline scheduling and crews, whether it's a travel agent, packages, and so forth. So you need an advance date for that. And it's easier to pull it off than to try to reestablish those dates. And so I haven't heard anything different, but like some of the airlines, for example, have not pulled back their October scheduling. Oh, and by the way, we still have air seats between Guam and Japan. United still flies, so it's not as though we're entirely closed.
Right.
Some people are still finding their way here through Japan, through United from Korea. We have a spattering or two of travelers from these countries coming through Narita, and of course the States. But we also have a company that is packaging or trying to put a charter together for either late this month or sometime in August, for about 800 customers who are supposed to be taking tests, certification for like a CPA tests and those kinds of things. And those they're willing to put up with quarantining. They're willing to put up with all of that stuff because they have to get their testing done and certification done. So we still have that. And one of the carriers, I think they're trying to organize a charter for that because there's no regular schedule. So there's still activity, Chris, going on. It's just not scaled up to the level that we really need to trigger economic, viability for a lot of the business.
Jerry, so we're up against the top of the hour here, but what do we need to do in the meantime? Since we don't have a date, I'm pretty sure there are things that are always ongoing, right? But on our end out here in the community, is there anything that we can do?
As a community, what we can do is continue to the extent that we can, participate in the various attractions we have on island so that these attractions and these activities stay functioning and oiled so that when visitors come, they're not rusty. You will note in the governor's column today, Governor Carl, that he went on an option tour with his family, dolphin watching. Well, most local residents don't participate in these option tours, but now is a good time for a lot of our local residents to do that. It's not only going to help the capacity in place, but it's also going to expose our local residents to how tourism really works and what the attractions are about Guam, and so reinforcing the mindset of how important this industry is to the island.
Right. And I think we just had one of our reporters in the mix. They just did the Valley of the Laddie.
Right.
And it is just so beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a while.
It's a great tour.
Yeah, and even the Guam Adventures, they have the go-karts and
exactly.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what I mean. That there's an opportunity. When we have all the tourists, our local people get crowded out of these activities.
Yeah.
But now is the time to take advantage of seeing what's out there, what's on offer, and learning more, and enjoying it, as well.
Yeah, I think that Jerry, personally speaking, this COVID and going around and doing things, it's really given me and a lot of people the opportunity to reacquaint ourselves with our island, because we're on lockdown, everyone's staying home, and that moment where we could go out, we could go to the beaches. I can't go to a movie. I love going to the movies, so instead I go on a hike for 2-3 hours, and I'm out here looking at just how beautiful Guam is and how just stunning, and there's just so many things that are precious about our little piece of a paradise. So I think people are keen to that, what you're saying, Jerry. Yeah, they might not be going on, to go watch the Dolphins, because obviously there's some economic problems. That's an understatement. But I think they are kind of going out and, for the most part, not taking for granted where we're living and why people want to come here.
Yeah, in our own daily routine, we tend to get so busy with day-to-day routines that it's time to get reacquainted with ourselves.
Yeah.
Right, but one of our viewers raises a good point, though, and some local hotels, I've seen the staycation prices, because it is really expensive to go out and do all of these different tour options. So I think if they could drop the rates, then more people can go out and experience some of these things.
Yeah, the comment here, Jerry, was, but we can't pay the tourist prices, obviously.
No, of course not. But here's the we're getting ready to launch this staycation plan. Basically, it's you guys are familiar with the Guam shopping campaigns in the last few years, right? We're using it.
The eShop Festival, yeah.
Right. Okay. We're trying to see if we can launch that thing this month to use the same kind of principle, using apps, basically, to go to the different places that have special deals and stuff like that, to put two and two together. And so we're hopeful that that would stimulate more activity on the local side and more moderate prices on the supplier side.
Right. Well, we'll be sure to get our account executives in contact with you.
Yep. And in the meantime, you just let us know what rooms we could be checking into. Well, you know me, I always got to try and get a bone.
Do a link on location.
Yeah, link on location.
Link on staycation.
Staycation.
Yeah,
I like
and
that. That's a good idea.
And we won't share who Chris is with in that rooms. That's
Thank you. Wow. What is going on with you and the Lieutenant Governor and the shots on Picaru?
Hey, I got a quick story to tell you.
Oh,
If
great.
you have time.
Okay.
There's this story about a guy in the middle of the night at one of our local hotels, calling the front desk at like about midnight and complaining to the front desk, I need help. And the front desk says, well, how can I help you? The guy says, well, my wife is trying to jump out the window up in the 12th floor. So the front desk clerk says, I'm sorry, sir, that's a personal problem. You need to take care of that yourself. Besides, there's only the night maintenance person here with me. So the guy says, you idiot. I'm not calling you for my personal problem. I'm calling you for a maintenance problem. The damn window won't open.
Come to Guam. All right, Jerry. Keep your day job, bro.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
No, man, Jerry.
See,
Jason had said you got your doctorate, and so maybe we can just end on that little something. So you're now Dr. Jerry Perez, right?
well, last I checked.
Right. There you go. So congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, you don't want to give a speech or,
No.
You don't want to do the whole Rodney Dangerfield, it's never too late.
No.
All right,
fine.
Jerry.
Thanks,
Okay.
Jerry.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
man. Wash your hands. Good luck. Keep working hard. Right now.
Thanks.
That's,
Bye.
okay. Jerry Perez.
That's pretty funny.
Which one?
The window.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I don't know what was up though. We won't share who goes to your room in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that was funny too.
That
But
wasn't
see, I
really-
know you, so it's like, yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine. 9:06. We're going to take a real short break. And we're going to come back with now Gain. What? You know you got issues when Gain is calling out the government of Guam. Not Gain. No. Gain, these are the cuddly puppy people. They're cuddly. They like petting animals. And now they're saying, Gov Guam, pay your bills. Yeah, so, I mean, that's where we are. You got Gain coming out and calling you out. What is up 2020? We also got new news, Bree. I sent that to the chat. You want to get that out, or should I? Coming from, this is coming from Primo Pizzacaya, as they've just placed on their Instagram. Hi, fam. We have been notified of a positive COVID-19 test with possible exposure to the restaurant on August 2nd and 3rd. We have immediately ceased all operations beginning August 11th and are undergoing mandatory testing for all staff. Please be assured that we are doing everything we can to ensure the safety of our guests, team, and families. We value your trust and are committed to providing a safe environment for all. We will resume operations upon negative testing and completion of our safety and sanitation measures. And another one. So, hey, it's 9:07. Like I said, we'll take a short break, come back with Gain. And also, KUAM News' Decision 2020. It's all coming up right here on the link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. I'm Dr. Jana Manglona, Medical Director for Public Health. We all play a role in slowing the spread of COVID-19. We must continue to stay strong and practice everyday preventive actions to keep our island safe. Maintain a distance of 6 feet between yourself and others. Wear cloth face coverings in public settings. Wash your hands for at least 20 seconds. If soap and water are not readily available, use alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Clean and disinfect frequently used surfaces. Avoid touching your face. Stay home if you're sick. Let's protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our communities. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Heaven can wait, heaven can wait, heaven can wait.
Hey, good morning, 9:13.
Look at the sky.
Love this. One of my favorite local songs. It's Daryl Garcia and Noni. They did a bunch of times, and Daryl's just one of those guys. Even Noni, they're these guys that we can call. I can call and say, hey, we're doing a special. We need a performance. Can you send us a song? And it's just done. So thank you guys. The name of this one is Heaven Can Wait. It's an original. There's the feels on this, man. Yep, appreciate everything that you have. Don't waste any day. Because heaven can wait. 9:14. Good morning. Let's head over to the Zoom room where we had to bring on, I thought it was a typo, man. I got a release from Gain, and usually Gain's releases are either, somebody did something bad to a dog, or, hey, we're doing a spay and neuter clinic. But this one was calling out the government of Guam, saying, Gov Guam, yo, pay your bill. Pay your bill, Gov Guam. And so, Cyrus, we'll get you in the Zoom room. Good morning. This really, I was like, huh? What? Did you see this, Bree? The Gain is calling out the government of Guam. But I know that on you guys' end, it had to just reach the point where you just couldn't stand by and remain silent, right?
Morning. Thanks for having
Morning,
me.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where we just want to bring attention. We need to be heard, and we want to make sure that people, it's obviously a very difficult time, and we want to recognize that working with a budget in this environment is exceptionally difficult, and there are very many needs within the government, particularly frontliners and such that we absolutely respect. But when we're such a small organization, sometimes we need to do our best to try to get the attention of particularly the legislature and 15 different senators as they're working on this budget, right, to make sure that we're not forgotten.
So how much does the government of Guam owe you guys, and what's at stake if you don't get the money?
It's at this point it's $37,500. It's our normal quarterly disbursement, and long story short is that Gain is a pretty unique situation. It's very rare that you would have, actually we may be the only nonprofit that gets direct appropriations from the government, just annually directly to Gain to provide a government service. And that's because of a law that was passed a number of years ago that basically subcontracted the animal shelter to Gain. And we've had, because of that uniqueness, there have been complications of payments in the past under prior administrations as well. And it's just about how do you deal with those types of mistakes as they happen. I think Department of Ag, I should be clear, has been really supportive from the start. They have assisted us in trying to address this situation. They agree that we're owed the money. They sped up payments for our 2020 disbursements to make sure that they were very efficiently received by us. And we had contemplated going the AG route to resolve it, but in the middle of a pandemic and also just adding all those variables in, it wasn't really certain that it would succeed. And so the easiest route, and the route that has been done in the past, was just to include it in the upcoming budget, just resolve it at that point. And so we have been in communication. We had sent letters to the Legislative Committee on Appropriations and OFB, and I think we were just very dismayed when we saw the revised budget come out, and it just did not address Gain at all. It did not address Gain's back payment at all, and so.
So, I was saying there's a $29 million surplus, so this seems like it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, maybe they could pay you guys in advance for the next 10 years with this miraculous surplus that we now have.
That's above.
Just go with it. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Well, with such a large budget, that we're bordering on nearly $1 billion. We just want to remind for the 15 senators that an amount at $37,000 is easy to overlook. I know it's not the top priority when senators are reviewing the budget, but to us as an organization, it really is make or break. If we don't have these funds, then we're unable to continue providing services. And so I do not want to cut off services to the hard workers at Department of Ag, to the mayor's office, and to all the different elements of the government that work with us. But if the legislature is unable to include us in this upcoming appropriation, or even provide us with some sort of path forward to resolve this, then I guess the legislature is just saying that we're going to be cut out completely.
So Cyrus, is there a timeline on this? If you guys don't get the money, I mean, how long can you continue to operate providing the services that you do provide to GovGuam?
You know, come hell or high water, we're going to continue operating that shelter. We know that the work that we do is important, and we'll just do everything that we can to stay there. But if we're unable to get the proper appropriations in this revised budget, then we're going to cut off services to the government, to mayors and animal control until we get that payment.
Who has oversight over GAIN?
I guess. I mean, I guess in terms of
or
the
in
budget,
terms of, you said it wasn't included in the budget. Who would
Is that like general governmental operations?
I guess I don't want. Well, it would be the Committee on Appropriations, and the Office of Finance and Budget obviously overlooks the entire
process,
budget.
right?
So that's where our communication has been going. Again, I really, there are hard workers over there, and I know that they're dealing with. I mean, the Trump executive order this past weekend. You know, these things coming up out of the blue would be driving anybody insane. So I don't want to individually blame anyone. It's just when it reaches this point, it's our job as an organization to wave a flag and make sure people are paying attention to us as well.
Well, we just wanted to give you the platform to wave your flag from Cyrus. So we got to do our candidate interviews. Keep us posted. You know, we put the call out there, and we just hope you guys get the money because, I mean, I agree. You guys are providing services. Got to get paid for it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks,
Cyrus. Keep us posted, all right?
Will do.
Okay. There you go. Wash your hands. 9:20. Let's just get right into it. Check in the Zoom room. Stretch.
Who we have on today? We got, Senator Kelly Marsh-Teitzeno.
Yep.
Dave Duenas.
Who's
and
I think he's run before, I want to say. He's a Democrat candidate.
And we also have Frank Bluss Jr.
Former senator, of course, on the Republican side. And then remember, 9 to 10, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're doing our candidate interviews. And then tomorrow, wow, where did the time go? We are going right into the mayors and the vice mayors starting tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll have Asamaina Mayor Frankie Salas, also candidate John Gumatato, and candidate Andy Santiago from UMATIC. And we'll start with a couple, our last couple candidate interviews.
Yeah, and the mayor's candidates, we're bringing in the ones where there is a contest.
Right.
There are some mayoral races where they're running
unopposed in the primary, but there's actually one village race that a lot of people are paying attention to, and this is the race for Inarajan mayor. And this is a race that will be decided in the primary election because you have just two Democrats running and there's no one on the Republican side running.
Well, the big race also is Jigo. There are so many people running.
Wow.
Well, you know, what was interesting is about maybe an hour ago, I got a call completely out of the blue from incumbent sitting Moleso Mayor Ernest Chargaloff, of course, you know, who has had some pretty scary health complications recently. He had a couple of strokes, and he said he's got I believe, a congenital heart condition. He actually called just to say, hey guys, you know, my body may have gone through a couple things, but as far as my mayor brain and heart is still going strong. And he said he fully. I mean, I even asked him. I was like, well, okay. He said he fully intends to carry on with his re-election campaign. But I said, you know, have you properly filed all the paperwork and everything like that? Because, you know, it's been a very trying time for you. And he said everything's in. So as far as Moleso, you know, that's going to be a very tight race too. Okay, and I know we're trying to get Dave Duenas right now. Dave is actually in the Zoom call. So Dave, if you can unmute your camera, please. I'm getting audio from you, but we're not seeing your image. So
yeah, and David called me yesterday and told me he has crappy internet wherever he's at. So that could be an issue. But yeah, Dave, unmute your camera and we'll go ahead and try and do this thing. All right, let me see. Dave.
I can't hear anything.
Hi, Jason.
There.
Is Dave there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Dave.
Oh, fine. I can hear you perfect. Unfortunately, my camera is not working. Good morning, everyone.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. So, Dave, let's just go ahead and get this started. So, why did you decide to run for senator?
Good question. It's very easy.
Yeah.
People ask me a lot of times. I tell them straight out, put it bluntly, I just got pissed off. Got pissed off to the point where I said, I'm going to do something about the way this legislature is handling things. And I think I can come in there and make things happen along with the other senators, through dialogue and communication and amending different laws, bills that come in, across the floor.
You said pissed off.
Yeah.
What pissed you off?
Easy. I mean, it's around. You've seen it. It ain't nothing new. It's been in the news. The way the legislature, not all of them, I'm not saying every single senator, but a vast majority of them just are not doing their jobs. Number one, the bills that they put across the floor, a lot of them do not directly benefit or help the people of Guam. I mean, a lot of them are bills that have no impact on the residents.
So if elected, you have a seat in the 36th Guam legislature. What are we going to see from you?
You're going to see someone who does not, number one, I do not procrastinate. When I see an issue, I definitely get on it right away. And first and foremost, to work together as a team player with all the other senators. Not one senator can pass any bill alone. You need the support from the other senators. And that's where dialogue and communicating and being able to compromise and think outside the box. Sometimes you need to do that in order to get things done.
Dave, a lot of people are pissed off. We see a lot of people who have, done the whole call out the government thing, and now they want a seat in the legislature. So what kind of sets you apart from all the other people who have been so critical of the government and the senators?
What sets me apart basically is, for me personally, I know what I'm capable of. I'm very good at utilizing the resources that are available, whether it be government, private, and or the military. It's a matter of just getting all these entities together to work towards a common goal, and that being the goal that you have to the floor, bill that you introduce. Again, you're just one senator. You need to support all the other senators in order to get your bill passed. And again, what I'm looking for is bills that have some meaning and some teeth. The government, the legislature, seem to pass bills that don't have any enforcement to back it up. I mean, it's great to pass a bill. Books right now, Chris, that they can be effective if they are enforced, but they're not enforced.
Mm-hmm. Dave, you kind of broke up. Could you give us an example of a bill that you would introduce that would have this teeth and this meaning that you're talking about?
Good question. There's so many things that's affecting our, of course, the pandemic. That's important. But I do dabble a lot into the environment, and I want to see sustainability for our island. As you're aware, almost everything that's on Guam is brought in by ship and or plane. So we need to have more island sustainability in the form of farming, fisheries, developing new industries that we can produce.
Dave, let's say you were a senator right now in this budget process. What would we be hearing from Senator Dave Duenas on the session floor?
It's not a popular thing. I've mentioned it to many people. You get pros and cons. First and foremost, I would definitely reduce the BPT. I would reduce it, and when I say that, I don't mean forever. I mean temporarily until our economy recovers. The BPT basically gets more revenue for the government. When you reduce the BPT, it basically sends a message to our government to live within your means. The funds that we will still generate, to appropriate them to the priority agencies that require them. But again, reduce the BPT. They allow the small businesses to be able to sustain themselves and stay in business. As you're aware, a lot of the businesses are definitely closing down. That's for sure.
Dave, for people who aren't familiar with your background, could you just give us, your story?
Yeah, I'm an Air Force veteran, military Air Force. I've worked at the government of Guam, rural planning. I'm very involved in the community. I'm also very involved in the community in every aspect, in the environment especially. But in anything, I usually get called upon by different groups for my assistance. And whenever I can, it's all about networking people with the right people. And then you get the job done. For example, just very recently, Sabrina, I used to do a radio show, not familiar, environmental talk show. And we had a gentleman called in. Feral pigs, as you're aware, is a big problem in Guam. A little bit off the topic, but just an example. Just networking that individual, he had a major problem with wild pigs, feral pigs. Networking him with the proper agencies, USDA namely, and they were able to take care of the individual's problem. So again, thank you.
Dave is a Democrat, right? And we've asked a lot of the candidates running. How do you plan to hold the Democrat administration accountable? Because Lord knows there definitely have been some shortcomings on that end from our Democratic supermajority of the Guam legislature.
Well, number one, we don't know at this point, and I really don't care who is the majority in the legislature. As far as the administration, I don't want any of the Democratic senators to be a rubber stamper. I am definitely not going to be a rubber stamper. I'll be the first one to call out my fellow senators, should I be in there, and say, hey, you got to look at the bills that you're trying to rubber stamp here and realize if it's actually going to be benefiting the people of Guam and not just certain groups and or pleasing the administration. That's not what we're there for. And in getting back to, I don't really care who's the majority or the minority. We're there to work for the people, period. Put your party at home. When you win the election, you got a seat in the legislature. Put your party in the shoebox, leave it at home. When you get into the legislature, you're now working for the people.
You've mentioned the environment a few times as it being a priority, and as we all know, illegal dumping is such a huge problem on this island, and oftentimes we talk about it so many times actually, but what are your ideas to stop the talking and actually
start the doing?
Yeah, see some sort of real solutions.
That's an excellent question. They've had numerous town hall meetings. They've had public hearings at the legislature addressing states. Unfortunately, during the town hall meetings and the public hearings, a lot of the ideas that were presented were not, and a lot of them were excellent ideas. They were never implemented. For example, according to Mr. Larry Gaz, the Guam Solid Waste Authority General Manager, about maybe at the most 50% of all the households in Guam are actually signed up for trash pickup. So one of the ideas that came out during the town hall meetings and the public hearings, and I totally agree upon, is make it, whether you put it in your power bill, the trash fees, or get the landlords to put it in their lease as a requirement. If you sign my lease to rent my apartment, my house, etc., you will definitely have to show me proof that you signed up for trash pickup. So those little things actually are big things, because trash, as you know, and that's one of my pet peeves for sure. We live in paradise, Sabrina and Chris, And unfortunately, there's folks out here that, for whatever reason, maybe they can't afford it. They seem to want to just throw it in the jungle, dump it in the side of the road. But again, mandate it, whether it be in your power bill, water bill. Everybody needs water and power. So put it in the power bill, put it in the leases, put it in your landlord lease that you have to show me proof that you are signed up. That would reduce the amount of illegal dumping.
Dave, what gets you fired up, man? What fires you up? What makes you passionate? What are those issues that, you know, we're going to see a little more excitement out of Dave Duenas on?
Well, actually, Chris, there's a whole bunch. I seem to dabble in everything that comes my way. If I see I can do something about it, I would try my best to do it. And but what fires me up, number one, is the trash. That is definitely an issue. Number two is the people down in the South. I really feel for them. You know, I also did talk radio for a while, and I hear the people's concerns. And you know, the people of the South feel they're being neglected, they're being ignored. And during my term as a senator, should I be elected, they will have someone to listen to, and that will be me. I'll be listening very intently. The roads are dilapidated down the South as well as in the North, but that is one of the main issues that I want to bring up and focus on is anything that's got to do. I don't care who brings the bill to the floor, whether it be a Republican or a Democrat. It doesn't matter to me. When we're in there, I don't look at them as Republican and Democrat anymore. I'm looking at them as we're here to do our job. We're here to pass the budget. We're here to approve appointees that the governor makes. But more importantly, we're there to make the lives of our residents of Guam the best that we can by passing good laws that benefit the people directly.
Dave, let's just keep it current here. What are your thoughts on the government of Guam and specifically administration's response to the COVID pandemic?
I think they did. It's a very, very tough job to do. I mean, anything you do will be under scope, and I believe that the governor, lieutenant governor, did the best they can. At the same token, I've always been a firm believer that you're only as good as the people that you have behind you. And when I say that, I'm talking about her advisors. Some of you can't please everyone, Chris, and I'm sure they did the best that they could, and they made the best decision based on the advice that they were given.
Okay. Do you have any final comments? Your closing thoughts? We're about a minute and a half away to move on to our next candidate.
First and foremost, thank you, Chris and Sabrina, for inviting me on the show. And I'd like to say to the people of Guam, this is not my first go around. I ran the legislature. I believe the last time was about 14 years ago. And this time around, I just, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, to put it bluntly, I just got really upset. I got pissed off. And I said, if anything, I'm going to at least try. I'm going to try one. And I tell people, consider me. There's 28 other senatorial candidates. I'm just one of them. Consider me, read our background, know our platform, and make an informed decision. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, Democrat senatorial candidate Dave Duenas, 937. Let's switch sides, shall we? We go both ways here on Decision 2020, Democrat and Republican. And so now we'll bring on a former senator, Frank Blas Jr. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's just get right into it. Familiar name. Obviously, you've been, this is not your first rodeo. I don't even think it's your second rodeo. Mm-hmm. Why'd you want to get back on the horse?
I know. Why? Why?
Were you pissed off too, or what?
I think a lot of people are upset at the way things are going right now. And, I felt that there are things that I can still contribute to. I feel very strongly about, the future of our island and the prospect, the opportunities that exist. And, I wanted to work on ways to be able to make sure that we can open these opportunities to our people, so that we can grow an economy, we can create a different leg of the economy other than what we're relying on right now. I've had, being in the private sector and having to deal with the bureaucracy called the government of Guam. There are also things that I want to look into that I've had discussions with other business people, and based on my experience as well, of making it a friendlier place to be able to start a business and grow a business and sustain a business, and build an economy and build a future for our island, for our families.
But Senator, was there one thing, just in everything that you've witnessed over the last several months, was there just one thing that you could kind of nail down, where you were like, oh hell no, I gotta run, I gotta get in there, I gotta help fix this?
Yeah. What was your finger snap moment?
Just one thing.
Was it a bunch of one things?
Okay. Well, I think most importantly is just the lack of initiative and the lack of, looking into what the possibilities are. This wasn't an earthquake that hit us. This was it's likened to a tidal wave or a typhoon, or maybe even a typhoon, where we saw this coming far in advance, at least, to be able to start to tidy things up, put things away, and build things. The case in point is the public assistance, unemployment assistance program. Okay, we all knew back in March, back in February, that there was going to be, as a result of this lockdown, there was going to be some disruption in business activity. There's going to be a disruption in the economic activity. There were going to be people that were going to be, temporarily at that point out of work. And there was discussions that were going on in Washington, D.C. of programs to mitigate the anticipated terminations or layoffs or hold on business activity. And it seemed like nobody here in leadership position wanted to communicate with the powers that be or the individuals they know in Washington, D.C. to give us some type of heads up as to what we can expect or what we're going to need to do in anticipation for a number of these programs they were talking about. We waited until it was done, and then we said, oh, we don't have a program. We got to build it. And we were talking March 15 for a lot of people, and we didn't start building a program until May. We didn't stand up this program until late June, early July. In the meantime, you had all these individuals who were laid off, were locked down, who didn't have any means to be able to support their families, looking for some type of help, and it wasn't there. And that's what, if anything, that was the icing on the cake that was already baking in the oven for me to run.
Well, let's talk about what else is on the table then with this Democratic supermajority. I know I sound like a broken record. Accountability, transparency, sorely lacking from the Democrat. For the most part, there's a couple shining stars lacking in the Democratic supermajority. How do you plan to hold these guys accountable if elected to a seat in the next Guam legislature?
Well, Chris, I'm running on a mantra of basically restoring trust, confidence, and belief in a better Guam. And part of that is basically restoring the trust and the confidence and belief that the people of Guam should have in its legislature. Okay, in the body of people that they have elected to represent them. When you're talking about accountability and transparency, unfortunately, those words are thrown out or thrown into conversations more often these days than ever before. And it's a lot to do with the frustration that people have of, okay, what's happening? You know, oh, I'm here stuck at home. You're getting paid. I need to eat just like you. What's going on? And so, you know, in searching for a lot of these answers and you're not getting it, you know, there then lies the questions of accountability and transparency, and you know, so what we need to do, and what I like to do, is basically let's bring this back to the people. Before we talk about how the legislature is going to be able to help, we've got to rebuild the confidence and the trust in the people, in the community, that's what we're doing. And that means having more of a conversation with people, listening to them more. I'll go to another thing that I'd like to be able to work on if elected back into the 36th Guam legislature. We have this process called the public hearing in the legislature. And just in its definitions, you're supposed to hear the public. Far too many times, and even when I was legislator in the past, there are times that I'm sure you've seen it, Chris, because you and I have had this conversation. I literally just excused myself from the hearing because I didn't like the tone that it was taking. We were there to hear the public, yet it was the public hearing from us, from the body, from the legislature. And we weren't getting the information we need. We were hearing another person's bid for the next election. And so what I want to do is now bring that process back so that it is a hearing to hear the public. It's the quote of public hearing. I'd like to be able to bring, and maybe we can now elicit, and bring more people to the table in the community to be able to craft better legislation. The 15 individuals that sit there, should never, and I would never, profess to be the know-it-all. To know everything that's going to be talked about anything. And there are individuals that are in the community that are subject matter experts that have experience in this, that can help us to craft a better legislation, but we have to give them that opportunity. Mm-hmm. And so that's one of the things I want to work on in bringing back that credibility, that trust, that confidence, and holding all of my colleagues to this, Republican or Democrat.
Right. But Senator, if it's another Democrat majority and a lot of these Democrats return, you might
end up facing the wall. Yeah, they're going to make you face the wall for 2 years.
Having a public hearing. Just ask Senator Moylan.
Right.
I want to remind you, when I think it was the 31st Guam legislature. Okay, back then we were the minority as well, and at that time, on the Republican side, I was the incumbent with most experience. Everybody else that I had with me on my side were all first-term legislators, and we were up against the likes of BJ Cruz, Ben Pangilinan, Tom Atta, Roy Respicio, Judy Wontat, and we still were able to pass meaningful legislation to help the people. That was basically authored or co-authored, co-sponsored by Republicans. Okay, there are processes in the way. I've always been one known to be able to work on both sides of the aisle, and for a very simple reason, for a simple way of doing this. Republican and Democrats for me is an August to November thing. Afterwards, it's working for the people, and it's whether I am talking to a Democrat constituent or Republican colleague or a Democrat administration. It doesn't matter to me. Let's have a conversation, and I'll stick to it. Let's have a conversation about what's best for our people.
Yeah, it's interesting, Senator, because it almost seems like they do it reverse. It's like August or November. Yeah, we're going to work together. And then, come January swearing in, it's super, hyper, ultra, mega partisan. And we've seen that. It's petty. It's really petty, and I'm so disappointed because
and that's where it becomes petty. That's where it becomes petty and becomes unnecessary.
Because if you look at it, we have a Democrat governor, a Democrat legislature. They had the power to do big things, and instead it just kind of devolved into, let's just poo on the Republicans any chance we get.
And see, that's another frustration. If they have the power to do big things, where's the big things? Okay, where's the big things?
All right.
And so, I'm going to be very blunt about it. Do they know what they're doing? Okay. And that statement just probably ironed a lot of my, Democrat friends. But sometimes truth hurts. And so, I'm ready to work with them.
All right.
I don't know if they're going to want to work with you after that.
Yeah, they will.
Senator, what do you say to those people who are, and you're hearing this kind of in this election, is they're like, not to be specific, but, for example, Frank Blas Jr., he had his chance. He was in there. How do you respond to that kind of criticism that's going around?
And people have their own opinions. I respect it. It's my job to be able to try to convince them otherwise. I think that I'm going to bring experience to not only just in the process, but experience, from being a member of the community, being a frustrated, member of the community, having to try to keep a business open in the midst of this crisis that we're in. I have, I can relate to a lot of their worries because I have to live it. Mm-hmm. I lived it as well. And so, in that experience as well, I know how to get through the processes. Here's another, statement that I'm going to make that I'm probably going to, cause, some of my Democrat friends, even my Republican friends, to say, what did you say that for? I found out that, this legislative body, any legislative body or any organization basically has what they call standing rules. Well, I found out in this legislature, standing rules means you have to be standing to make a rule. Because, sometimes I wonder, I sit and I listen every once in a while to what's going on in the legislature. I'm like, how do they get past that? Where's the rules when it comes to this? If there was anything that I was known for in previous legislation by my colleagues, is that even one colleague had made mention. He says, "Did you memorize that Robert's Rule and the Standing Rule verbatim?" Mm-hmm. And I take that because that's my responsibility. In order to be able to play the game, I better know the rules.
Right. And now what we have in this legislature is when you have a certain senator stand up and say, "Hey, that's not what the rules say." People look at them like they're an alien. They got 3 heads or something like.
Point of personal privilege.
Right. Point of personal privilege. I mean, that's so tired.
Yeah. Let me give you a recent example, okay, of what happened to the rules here. One of the many times the legislature was called into emergency session. Normally, when you get called into emergency session, first off, it's to deal with an emergency, something that's urgent, something that may cause harm and compromise the safety of the community. That said, though, is that they were called in for this emergency session. They took a pretty long time to be able to deal with the emergency, but then they also found that, okay, since we're here, we might as well deal with these issues. We might as well deal with these appointments. I'm like, hang on, wait a minute. You were called in first to deal with an issue. Okay, deal with it in that emergency session. Everything else has to be dealt with in a separate session, in a separate proceeding. In an emergency session, you only deal with that emergency. What was emergent about having to confirm some of the appointments that were made? Had nothing to do with the crisis, but we just found it convenient to be able to do so. We might as well. And nobody raised an eyebrow to this. The problem with this stuff is that when you start to do these things and you start to meddle with the processes, then what rules do you follow down the road when there is truly an emergent situation?
Senator, we have 30 seconds.
Okay. Well, first off, Chris and Bree, KUM staff, thank Jason. I know you're in the background there. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Again, like I said, I'm running on the mantra of restoring the confidence, the trust, and the belief in a better Guam, because I believe in a better Guam. You know, right now we got a lot of rebuilding to do. We've got to rebuild our economy. You know, we got to rebuild education. We got to build to now what is going to be the new normal, not the normal that we knew, the new normal. And in that process, the legislature has got plays an integral role in this to make sure that it's done right. I want to be there. I want to be able to represent you. I need your help. I love your support. I need your vote. I'm asking you, please consider me Frank Ross Jr.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Good luck.
All right.
Thank you very much, guys. You take care.
Wash your hands.
Safe.
Okay. 9:54. Let's go right to it. Incumbent Senator on the Democrat side, Senator Kelly Marsh, Titano. Good morning, Senator. Ooh, I think you might have to unmute your...
Okay, there we go.
Right on.
Hafa-day, mananasitus.
You're pro at this.
Yeah, I mean, we all should be Zoom
I've
pros.
got a bit of it down.
Senator, we'll just get right into it and maybe address some of those criticisms that we've heard from, some Democrat candidates, a lot of them Republicans, though, about your colleagues and your ability to hold this administration accountable and call for transparency. Do you think that you have done a good job at that, Senator?
Well, that's definitely something that I've been thinking about. And just this morning, I was talking to my team, my staff, about having a couple more oversight hearings just to keep on top of some of these things. As we talked about not too long ago, we've had that overturn of directors at the Department of Parks and Rec. Well, he's been there for a little while, so let's get them in here and let's get some updates now that he's had a bit of time to get used to his seat and his responsibilities. Let's hear what his plans are. Let's find out what the pool, the track is for the pool. I mean, these are some reoccurring issues and we want to stay on top of it. And I would say, now I don't know how many years it's been, but I was the first one in a long time to actually subpoena one of our agencies when we found out that we found this out after a couple of oversight hearings, but they had $1 million worth of documents, and those $1 million worth of documents actually didn't exist, according to what they've said, even up till now, on their desktop, or anywhere in the office. And so we subpoenaed them, and we made sure that they got a hold of their contracting company and got those documents. So, I've done those sort of things.
Mm-hmm. And are we talking about HRRA?
Yes,
okay.
That was the actual finding. I know that people had some, they were unsure about how to deal with this, but that was the finding. The finding was that there had been $1 million worth, rounding off numbers, $1 million worth of documents. Most of those documents, except for just one small $50,000 project, were paid for 100%. A year later, essentially, we had been asking for these documents just to make sure that they were indeed turned in, that we got to see them, that they were indeed quality products. And almost a year later, we hadn't received them. So we tried to ask, we tried to have meetings, and then we went FOIAs, and after 2 or 3 FOIAs were not complied with, the last one took, I'm kind of saying now, I'm going off the top of my head, the last one took maybe 3 months for them to comply with. And you guys FOIA, it's supposed to be within 4 or 10 days. So we just were persistent. We held to it until they provided all the documents. And we feel better because those documents are now secured on their laptops where they belong in their office. So at the end of the day, I feel that the people were served with that. And then also regarding the pools, we had oversights, or I had oversights hearings until we found out that the contractor was not apparently living up to the terms, and we had that. Sorry, I keep on talking and we, like, our office, but that contract was eventually terminated because it was not serving the best interest of the people. And so I've had to do some of that towing a hard line and making sure that the public interests are being met as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. So, Senator, what do you plan on doing, though, if you are reelected into the 36th Guam legislature?
Well, that's a very good question, of course, and I've already had to start making a hard shift. So with this shift, my tagline in running last term was about caring about some of these really vulnerable parts of our government and our community, that being the community itself and the social ills that we deal with. It's about the culture itself and our environment. But while those are still important, we have a lot of issues on hand right now. So it's had to do a hard turn left, if you will, to focusing on the economy. The economy was always part of it, but now it has to be the economy as first and foremost, and then the others are still going to continue to be concerns, but they have to be what are supported by focusing on the economy. So I've been looking for new industries. I've been looking at ways to expand the industries that are surviving or that we have in place. I've been looking regionally as to how we can build up some networks within the region. I'm looking at agriculture, aquaculture. We're getting the Taiwan office back here, and Taiwan is amazing in R&D. They experiment with agriculture and develop new hybrid species that are amazing, or at least some of them, the ones I've tried are like the peach mango. They've developed something like 5 new types of these ornamental fishes, so that fish collectors around the world will reach out to them to continue building up their collection. So I think we can benefit a lot from having this relationship and building on it with Taiwan. Palau has done a lot of R&D with Taiwan, and they've done a lot of experiments and building up with fish farms, with shrimp farms, with crab farms. So I see that we have some good models here that we can be building on, learning from, but then also be developing some trading partnerships with Rhoda. Rhoda has decided to build up their economy, at least part of it, by stepping up their agriculture. And so we do. We get I put taro and yams together. We get taro from them, we get yams from them, we get string beans from them. And so they've done very good things for our food security and our food sovereignty, but there are ways that maybe we can be growing or producing something that we can also be exporting to them. So these are the many things that I've been looking at, and I want to continue to do this, or well, we just have to. We have to continue to do this kind of work to re-envision our economy and ourselves.
Mm-hmm. What about currently, though? You guys are in budget talks. And first, we were talking about a shortfall. Now we're talking about a $29 million surplus. I'm almost scared to see what we're going to be talking about
tomorrow.
Today, actually, when you guys go in.
Right. So even though we're throwing those numbers around, we are planning for. Right now, it's at a $775 million budget, which is far less than it was at the beginning of before COVID-19, and it's also far less than it was last fiscal term. So we're trying to deal with numbers as real as we can get them, which is hard to do right now. We're trying to use well, I'm depending upon the experts and the economists there, but they're trying to predict as much as they can this somewhat unpredictable future that we have ahead of us. So we're all trying to be as conservative as possible, which is why a couple of weeks ago I had sent out that memo. So even though I had contacted some of the agencies and had some individual conversations with them, I sent out a memo and I said, look, we have to be real about this upcoming year. We're all probably going to have cuts, and we can fund certain basics, but you're going to have to be creative. And so I don't know, you guys have been following these kind of things. Is there anything that's ever been used before as a One Gov Guam approach? So I've been using that term. It's like we need to build on this concept of a One Gov Guam approach. How it might work for, let's say, Department of Parks and Recreation is they're low on maintenance people. I mean, we kind of all know that, right? And they've suffered for it, and the community suffered for it. So I've been pressing them all along to be building up those numbers or finding solutions. The Department of Public Works also has maintenance crew. So maybe we should just combine them and make them rotate around the island with their two different sets of properties that they upkeep.
Right.
We're doing something similar with the park officers, the patrol rangers, park rangers at DPR. Is they're now working with the Guam Police Department so that they're sharing resources back and forth. And I think we're just going to have to do more of that going forward into this year.
Senator, I know that you're really keen on a lot of the social problems, and obviously there's just an avalanche of social problems that kind of stem from people being unemployed. That being said, it almost seems like there's a spoil system in place that I kind of wanted to get your take on, and we see it with the unemployment program where they needed to hire all these people, and we had tens of thousands of people out of work. Did any of them get a shot? No. Instead, it was they got applications from a filing cabinet up at Adelup. We see here with public health where we get public health on and they say, hey, we have such a shortage of nurses that we can't hold a community mass testing for the people of Guam. And then they go and they hire Janela Carrera over from Adelup, and they create some special position for her.
Right.
And we see it at the census where we have these jobs that could go to people who maybe aren't already, on the government payroll, but we don't. Instead, what we see is we see a spoil system where it's like the people who are in are getting the first crack at all the things. So what's your reaction to that? And should it be another way?
Well, as I was saying, I've got some good news for you, if you will. There are still census positions that are open, so people can still apply. With the census, they started prep work. You guys probably remember when they were making the calls months and months ago, and those positions were being called out. Those applications were happening months before COVID-19, but there are still positions. So if there are people that are interested, it's not a long term. Obviously, it's a limited term of time.
Yeah, because but all the good positions got taken.
It's going to be a limited amount of time, and they're pretty good paying positions. So they are, to my understanding, they are still accepting positions, and people should be reaching out, or I can get that information, who to call and whatnot.
Right. But I think his question really was, what are you going to do to take politics out of the government and put the people first if elected?
Well, there were some statements made earlier about some of these things, and so I will get to that question as well, but one of the things, at least for me, I came from the world of advocacy, and that's still my stance, is that I'm here to do what I really feel are good things. I try to do the research. There isn't a single bill that we voted on that I haven't heavily researched and weighed things out. I've had many sleepless nights. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to have that every single month. And I've voted my conscience on each and every bill, and I'm really proud of that. Sometimes it's been standing up for what for something that maybe is popular with one segment or another segment, but it has to be based on the data and what the data tells us is going to be good in the long term, or it just isn't developed yet.
30 seconds.
And I've been really bipartisan. If there is a bill that comes up, I have never torn it apart. I have always given whatever I can to build it up. And it didn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me where that bill is coming from. If it's for the good of the community, I have done what I could to make it as good as it is, so that I can vote for it in good conscience. And as much as possible, I've worked in a bipartisan way. In fact, I've taken it a step further, and I work across the political boundaries. So some of our issues, really, we deal with them in some of the vet issues, our veterans issues.
Senator, sorry, but we ran out of time.
Sorry,
just to
Senator.
be fair to all the other candidates.
I was trying to get you in at your 30-second marker, but I don't think you heard me.
Ew. Well, maybe that's a good way to end is, bipartisanism here and even with NMI.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Senator.
Senator. We'll see you after the primary.
Right on. Wash your hands.
Adios.
Okay, bye.
I have seen Senator March Taitano on session floor where she has been on the brink of tears. And I want to say it was over the Mengafa bill. And how people were left behind. But, you got to just keep on going and do what you can to help people. And I was surprised. I mean, she really was really emotional when that came down.
Yeah, I think it's clear that, like she said, she does come from a background of advocacy.
Right.
And,
when we interviewed her in the last election, I didn't know, but she was once homeless. And then that was one of the things I did want to ask her about, how this whole homeless situation has been handled, but maybe the next time.
Right on, for the general. So tomorrow, guys, we're continuing our KU-Wave News Decision 2020 candidate interviews. We've got Democrat candidate Chris Carrillo and then incumbent Senator Joe San Augustine. And then we'll jump over to the mayor's race. Sorry. We got Asan Maina Mayor Frankie Salas. God, I hope he figures out the Zoom by tomorrow. Asan Maina Mayor staff, you have one job today.
Figure out the Zoom.
For your mayor. I'm also John Gumatauto, I want to say candidate for mayor in a village on Guam that you maybe live in. Andy Santiago, that's easy. Santiago Umatic. Done.
You sure?
I will... Yeah, I'm sure. There's only Santiago's and there's a few in Molesto. But
okay,
I hope I'm right. Sabrina, good job today.
Good job, Christopher.
Joe, sir, thank you. For Jason, thank you guys so much. Remember, we're if you don't already, offering up the prayers for the governor, and her son, Ken Cook, but again, just for the whole island, really, at this point, because we have to really step it up. Obviously, there's some loopholes where COVID is just getting around.
And people aren't taking it seriously.
Right, yeah. And I
can't believe we're saying that, after all of this, people aren't taking it seriously.
Yeah, and it's very crazy.
Or slipping.
Right.
There you go.
It's very crazy that the very people who are telling us to be safe, to mask up, to social distance, to use good hygiene, have been hit by this a deadly virus, and that goes to show that we all got to do our part. It doesn't discriminate, rich, poor, black, white, brown, whatever. We can all get it, and that's why we got to do our part. We got to wear the mask. We got to social distance, wash your hands, wash your thumbs, don't touch your face. That's it. Bree's like, okay, we're done. Let's get out of here. Okay, so we are 10:12. Thank you guys, of course. Last but definitely not least, to our viewers, listeners on the Breeze 93.9. and our KUM News Facebook page. Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani, right on. My name is Chris. I'll leave you guys a little Matala. Good day to surf the bay. Esta. Adios.